So looking now to the markets on open imbalance, S&P 500 buy side 46 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 3 million, Dow 30 sell side 29 million, Mag 7 sell side 5 million. So the CME Group are to expand crypto derivatives suite with a launch of XRP futures. And Bank of England's Lombardelli says there is a case for including a wider range of scenarios in our forecasting. IBM shares down 6.9% after the company flags a hit to its federal contract from DOGE cuts.
I'll be on here in just a few minutes. My throat is murdered this morning. I can barely speak. So I am here, sitting here in the background. I just want to give my throat maybe another hour or two for my vocal cords to chill out. They're kind of in some pain this morning, so I'm going to lose my voice while speaking on the show. Having like it sounds like a nervous voice, but it's really not. It's just my vocal cords are kind of a wreck right now. It's just gonna be like an hour or two. I'm gonna try to drink as much water as possible and get rehydrated. I'm like pounding water here. I'm wondering if I'm just dehydrated, but I think it's from all the talking on the show. Just give me a few minutes here, and I'll be on with you in a minute. There are two notes this morning. The way is higher, but there is a small gap down here from the overnight hours that's looming here for, you get the 10:30 or 10 a.m. and 10:30 sellers that are going to attempt to come in and sweep us lower. Just keep an eye on it, and then we are heading higher still. So you can see we're looking at moon here, folks, into end of month, and then we should blast down. I don't know if you can see that right there. This is where we're going, like up here. Then in a month we should have some kind of a blast down here. And today we're going to review a depression trade. That's like the fraud leg. I always call it the fraud leg. We talk about like Mike Burry being correct or going to prison. He could have gone to prison. We'll talk about it because he needed the second leg down to make his clients money back in 2008. It's very similar to the fraud. We had a fraud leg. I gotta stop talking here, but we had a fraud leg in 2008. Then we had an overvalued tech trade in 2001. But they're still very similar to the depression trade in 1930, where you have the initial down leg, and then we fail on the recovery trade. And when we get that failure in the recovery trade, we begin the recessionary depression style trade. Now we're not there right now, but we are very close. We're close to knowing, just kind of like in mid-February, where doorways were opening to this weakness trade and stuff like that into where we are currently. We're getting close to that moment for a second inflection point, just like in mid-February. So we're going to review that today so that you guys are aware of it, and you'll have an ability to trade it if it happens now. So we'll take a look at it today. We're getting close. We're not there yet. There's no reason to panic or anything like that about that trade. It's more of an observation trade that we can take together once it's confirmed or denied. Now, this will impact the entire year too. It'll impact this year, next year, and depending upon outcome, could impact the markets for many years to come, if not decades. So we'll look at that today, and it'll be another one of those. I think it's going to be another one of those shows like February morning or February 4th. Is it the 14th at like 10:30 in the morning? It'll be another one of those. Hey, let's go back and look at this show and just check the post price action and see if this stuff would come true or not. So back with you. Oh, back with you in just a few moments. Just let me get my voice. I just need more water. My I forget what they're called, but my throat is just swollen. So here we go. I'll be back here in just a few minutes. Let me just get my throat rested just a little bit more.
IMF APAC director says heightened uncertainty on tariffs is feeding into market volatility and leading to tightening financial conditions. It could be a big downside risk for Asia.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
According to a Fox reporter on X with a scoop, they say people inside the Trump White House are alerting Wall Street executives that they are nearing an agreement in principle on trade with India, according to sources who are senior Wall Street execs with ties to the White House. They say that there are no details on timing, and recall that we have been here before with Japan, only to have the goalposts changed and terms renegotiated. Other sources cited by this Fox reporter say that this could be used as a template for a deal with Japan, South Korea, and Australia. The Chinese and Swiss foreign ministers meet in Beijing. So China wants to boost free trade negotiations with Switzerland. So Chinese Foreign Ministry say that the Chinese Foreign Minister, in a meeting with their Swiss counterpart, said that China and Switzerland should jointly respond to anti-globalization challenges. Chinese Foreign Minister, in the meeting with their Swiss counterpart, welcomes more Swiss firms to invest and do business in China, according to the Chinese Foreign Ministry. So out of the opening gates here, we're seeing the S&P 500 extend gains up 0.5% now. The US trade rep met with Vietnam counterpart yesterday, according to the US. So again, S&P 500 up 0.5%, Nasdaq up 0.8%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
USTR's Greer and their Vietnam counterpart agreed to work toward balanced trade. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US existing home sales for March. Forecast 4.13 million on the prior 4.26 million, with a range of 4.35 to 3.99 million expected. And the change is forecast of minus 3.05% on the prior 4.2%. So again, according to a US statement, US Trade Representative Greer met with their Vietnamese counterparts on trade and had a productive virtual meeting. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US existing home sales for March. Forecast 4.13 million on the prior 4.26 million, with a range of 4.35 to 3.99 million expected, and the change forecast minus 3.05% on the prior 4.2%. So S&P 500 extending gains now up 0.65%. Nasdaq up over 1%. So 1 minute remaining now. I'll be leading with the US existing home sales. According to Politico, the US names Michael Anton to lead technical talks with Iran.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
10 seconds. Four spot 02 million, 4.02 million, that's lower than forecast. 4.13 million. The change minus 5.9%, minus 5.9%, lower than forecast, minus 3.1%. Let's look into the prior revisions now. Existing home sales are prior revised up to 4.27 million from 4.26 million. The change revised up to 4.4% from 4.2%. Keep in mind, in 5 minutes' time now, at 10:05 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting comments from ECB's Simkus, who participates in a panel on monetary policy in the age of tariffs, structural change, and supply shocks at the Washington Economic Festival. Again, ECB Simkus speaking in just under 5 minutes' time. So just keep in mind, we're seeing reports that Fed's Waller is due to be interviewed on Bloomberg TV shortly. Fed's Waller says tariffs are part of most economic debates now, again speaking on Bloomberg TV. Fed's Waller says firms are trying to see how to navigate tariffs. It wouldn't surprise me to see more layoffs and higher unemployment. So we're shortly expecting comments from ECB Simkus as well. Fed's Waller says smaller tariffs will have a modest pass-through. Says we need better control of the budget deficit. And Waller says there's no obvious reasons why tariffs should be off the table as part of the fiscal debate. Waller says not likely by June that there will be clear tariff impact yet. Again, Waller saying it's not likely that by July there will be clear tariff impact yet. Fed's Waller says the easiest place to offset tariff costs is by cutting payrolls. Waller adds that we could see prices going up as layoffs start to happen. Fed's Waller says the second half of the year will bring clarity on the tariff's impact. Fed's Waller says it's less the level of unemployment, but the speed of change that's the focus. Waller says it's possible that tariffs could push up the unemployment rate quickly. Fed's Waller says the struggle over the last 18 months has been uneven inflation progress. And Waller says, I still strongly believe that tariffs will be a one-time price level effect. And Waller says demand slowdown from tariffs would offset some inflation impact. Waller says it's going to take courage to stare down tariff price increases and see them as transitory.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro, now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Waller says I'm willing to look through tariff price increases. And Waller says rate cuts could come from rising unemployment. ECB's Holzman says there was a broad consensus around lowering rates, but some disagreement at the margins, according to CNBC. And ECB's Holzman says it wasn't clear yet to what extent tariff countermeasures were being taken. Fed's Waller does say that data focus brings a risk of being late on policy action. Holzman says there may be further cuts this year, but the number is still outstanding. ECB's Holzman says that while various scenarios remained possible with regard to prices and movement of rates, for the time being, the direction was downward. In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the EIA natural gas change. Forecast is for a build of 74 BCF on the prior build of 16 BCF. US stocks extend gains with the S&P 500 up over 1% now. Ms von der Leyen says the Commission will present a roadmap in 2 weeks with concrete measures to phase out all imports of Russian fossil fuels. In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Firstly, a comment from EU's von der Leyen, who says, "We have not forgotten how the US stepped in with LNG when the EU needed it during the energy crisis."
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
BCF. And EU's von der Leyen says LNG imports from the US remain a strategic importance for the EU. One minute remaining for the EIA natural gas change. Ten seconds. A build of 88 BCF, a build of 88 BCF, higher than the expected build of 75 BCF. So seeing some weakness in natural gas prices here following the larger than expected storage build. US stocks extend gains with the S&P 500 up 1.2%, the Nasdaq up 1.7%, and the Dow up 0.5%. And we have posted out the weekly EIA natural gas storage reports on the feed for those interested.
Finally break even with yesterday's trade, like right now. Like I had a big, not pretty, like I've had a good week, but yesterday I started taking some losses and had some zero dates on a couple stacks of them. Yeah. Oh, no, wait a minute. Now I'm slightly under again. I shouldn't have said that just now. But I've got 548s yesterday, 548s today. I had them on yesterday. They were just trading 76 cents. So there's an inflection point coming up here. We're pretty close to one. I left a couple other targets up here. There's a few things to be paying close attention to. There's one right there. All these red lines up here. We're also coming into R1 right now. So just remember, as you come into these resistance levels, we can come up, get a pullback, right? Get above it, consolidate, and then maybe a move up higher here. And let's watch this very closely here. We're fairly close to an inflection point. Remember, you got to remember this is a 1 minute chart, not an hourly chart. I'm pretty happy here. Anyways, I'm just letting you guys know. I'll be on here in just a few minutes.
So according to a letter, US Transportation Department warns states that they could lose federal funding over failing to cooperate on immigration enforcement. Italy and German 10-year yield gap falls 4 basis points to 109 basis points. That's a 4-week low.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Trump on Truth says Boeing should default China for not taking the planes. Trump in this Truth post also says fentanyl continues to pour into our country from China through Mexico and Canada, killing hundreds of thousands of our people, and it better stop now. So as Trump posted on Truth, saw a little bit of downside move in the S&P 500. Iran told Witkoff that Trump's timeline for a deal may not work, according to Axios. So seeing some whipsawing in WTI here. Again, Iran told Witkoff that Trump's timeline for a deal may not work. And Mexico's President Sheinbaum says Minister Amador meeting with Treasury Secretary Bessent was very good. And Iran asked the US for an interim deal before a nuclear accord, according to Axios.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Unnamed sources. So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the Kansas City Fed Composite Index, forecast -5.5 on the prior -2, and the manufacturing index saw a prior read of 1. So we have posted out the full piece from Axios on the feed for those interested. Keep in mind, some users may need to refresh to see this. So, according to sources, Trump is expected to sign an executive order today to advance the deep sea mining industry. So we're shortly expecting the Kansas City Fed numbers here. Sometimes we do see an early release on either the composite or manufacturing. So the US to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills on April 28th, settling on May 1st, and $68 billion in 6-month bills on April 28th, settling on May 1st as well. So we're still waiting on the Kansas City Fed numbers. Kansas City Fed Composite Index -4, higher than forecast, -5, spot 5.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
I hope the fuck my mic wasn't on. Getting
Kansas City Fed Manufacturing, -5, -5.
Check 1, 2. I don't know if it's that I'm. Well, I know for sure that my hang tight here, guys. I'm not fully sure. I know I'm doing damage to my vocal cords, but like this morning I woke up, my voice would break. This happens a lot to me if I strain myself speaking or speak too much too often.
The ECB Governing Council to discuss a strategy review on May 6th to 7th. The review is to find that all tools remain appropriate and are to consider changing the strategy to enable more nimble moves. Again, ECB Governing Council discussing a strategy review on May 6th to 7th.
Yeah, I have to fill time, right? We're on the show all day long. It's not like we record a video that's edited. It's not easy to be, or what we do is not easy in and of itself. But if you record a video, I used to record videos. They take, usually you have to do a lot of research. There's actually a lot of back end stuff for research, and then there's a lot of front end editing. But there's some benefits to it because you're normally looking at the prior day's information and reviewing it, and then you're giving potential outcomes, 2 or 3, right? Sideways, up and down, with no conviction. And they're they're less opaque because it's general, right? You're just like, we should do this and we should do that, and if not, we'll go do this and that kind of stuff. But when you're doing like a live show that's Monday through Friday, and you don't want to have too much dead air space, it's brutal, or at least in the aspect of my voice, it's brutal. If I talk too much, sometimes I do some damage to my vocal cords. And if I'm any kind of dehydrated, and I don't mean like no, I haven't been drinking or nothing, but like if I don't drink enough water the day before and I wake up this morning, my throat just like there's like this moment where it wants to break, where I can't even speak. Speaking for 7 hours a day, 7.5 hours a day is brutal. It's gnarly. So anyways, what do we have to talk about this morning as well? I think, or a few things. I think, we'll talk about that later. But okay, so we have some talking to do here. Let's we have some more goddamn talking, right? Let's go to the trigger screen. We have a lot to get through today, believe it or not. Nothing's changed here, by the way. Zero has changed from the outlooks. We got our tag above here. This is the target that we had. Now we've got our second target up here before the roll, and that's at roughly 50. I want you to let's go to an hourly basis so this looks more rational for you. Because the time, that's another thing, which is the, like when I draw this stuff, there's a few things I want you to be paying close attention to here. We already know about the weekly trigger and what that means. We are looking for, we had our little peak above right here, came back down, and what does that imply? We haven't had that. That has not happened since the drop in mid-February, where we've peaked above. It's shown us to be more supportive. And we're now going to be looking for another peak above. Now, this is the important, there's some important stuff here, like there's some important mechanics here, I guess. So these are important things for you to follow along with in your own trading. You always want to have a sense of where you think demand is and supply is. You also want to always be paying attention to, like if we have a major prior high, are we just going to reject it? Because that would imply a big move to the downside. Do we go above here? Whoop, from that prior high, and that would imply that we pull back down, but yet continue to make our way higher to the next resistance point, if that makes any sense, or inflection point, or gap, or any kind of like prior information. And think about it like that too. I want you to think about this from a perspective of a computer. And I want you to think about it also from the perspective of interest. And I also want you to think about it from the perspective of pain. And I want you to think about the options market as well, but more importantly, why are we coming back here? Why are we going back there? Why are we going back here? Why are we going back there? And I also want you to think about one more thing, which is time. So are we revisiting price points over a year, over 6 months, over 3 months, over 1 month, over 1 week, over 1 day? Do we get a new intraday low? Did we get a new, or did we hold the intraday low? Do we hold the intraday high? Do we get a new intraday high? That's all scalable. And it's not necessarily, it gives you an edge about 70% of the time, which is enough that it does matter. So I want to make that point even clearer, that, like, let's say you have this prior high and you get the new high and you still fail. That's okay. It's just one more piece of information for you to add up in total to give you the most informed opinion that you can have for where we're going. And even if you're like, you need to, you lose enough that you have to, think about this. If you're going to win 60 to 70% of the time, that means that the work that you do for the 60 or 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 wins has to be good enough for that, because you're already going to lose 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. That means 1 out of every 2 or 3 trades you're going to lose. Being a great trader. A great trader. So otherwise we'd all be billionaires, right? We'd all be billionaires. We'd all be flying jets. So for the trades that you win, you need as much information as you can gather. You need to have strict rules, and tools that are simple and consistent. Now, you can change your rules if the rules in the stock market change, or you can adjust your tools or get new tools or whatever. But you need to have as much edge as you possibly can, quantifiable edge, as much as you can. And then you need to stick to your rules so that you know where the highest probability wins are. Because even with all of that, even if you do that perfectly, you're still going to have losses. You understand how this stuff compounds? So for you to be that good, winning 6 or 7 trades, even with an edge, you're going to lose. The same thing applies in gambling theory, right? If you play blackjack, it's totally winnable, but you're going to take, 8, 9 losses for 11, 12 wins. And hopefully you get some human error in there too, right? So you come out on top, but what it takes to get there is no fun, is it? So that's why when we talk about these trades where if we're coming into consolidation or down into consolidation, you want to wait for, the break and then the new low, and you take just this part. Not because you called it here, or up here, maybe we came down here, you're like, bro, I'm telling you, we're going down. It doesn't matter if you called it that one time. What matters is that your winning percentage on average over a long period of time is higher than your loss percentage, because you'll blow up. I've done it. I've blown up like 3 times, major blowups. So anyways, so right now there's and we got to go over this. We have a lot to go over today. We have a ton, more than you think. Some of you might have read my post on Twitter this morning. Most of you probably didn't. But we have a lot to discuss today because we're coming into this place that's important to the market. And we're going to review it here together. So the first thing would be this. We have this prior high here. But this is not the important one. The important one is over here. This bad boy right here. This one right here is the real prior high. This is the key one right here. And this matters to a whole bunch of other stuff. And we're gonna look at some of this together. We're gonna take a breather here. We're gonna go right back over to the drop here in mid-February, and we're gonna look at some easy peasy information that you can take away from this market. Number one, we traded underneath the daily trigger. We did not hold the weekly. We blasted underneath it, confirmed that we're going to go lower. We blasted lower, right? Every attempt to trade above the daily trigger has been rejected. Not only rejected, but we didn't get even past the daily trigger, did we? We didn't go above it and then under it with new lows. We didn't even get liquidity grabs. It was just a mad dash to sell. Why is that? Don't forget that we had
Fed bids.
like we traders have maybe the worst traders have the worst recollections of history in the stock markets in terms of like what we discuss versus what trade we should have taken. So you have the hindsight trading, 2020 hindsight trading. If I had just done this, or if I had just done that, or if I had just done this, or if I had just done that, blah, 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 blah. But the other thing about our hindsight trading or hindsight vision or what we recall is that the garbage by the truckload of information, data, fears, happiness, hopes that are based in bullshit versus what really mattered in the past. So we had the November trade, right? We had the Trump trade. Excuse me. We have the summertime Trump trade here. We find out, if you remember, if you're in our Discord, you know this. If you've been watching this show for a long time, you know this. So, and I want to like roll some of this out for you. What really happened? So, there was a moment this summer where and you can't. I mean, I'm sorry, you can't disagree with me on this because this is all documented. Like this stuff is smart people, smarter people than you and I have been documenting this all along the way. Now you might not see it publicly, but if you have a Bloomberg terminal, you can have access to that information. You have access to white papers or outlooks, all that kind of stuff. In midsummer last summer, in midsummer, but we didn't have we hadn't seen Biden at all, and when Biden had his first stump argument with Trump, everyone realized, oh shit, this guy's he's not going to be president. I remember when the debate happened. They panned from the debate to, I think, CNN, or I don't know what studio it was. It was like, I think it might have been CNN. It doesn't matter which one it was. What mattered was they did like a debate shot, and they panned, like not panned, but like cut to a like newsroom where they were going to have a post-debate discussion. And they had a wide shot of every person in that room, and their mouths are on the floor in shock. Probably had pre-planned what to discuss after post-debate, and there was nothing they could say. You saw it. I saw it. No fucking way. We knew about this before. That's a whole other discussion. But at that moment, you just couldn't look at that debate and say, this is going to happen. So at that point, up until that point, though, Wall Street had Biden winning, and that's crucial. There was then a moment where Trump began to lead in the Wall Street polls. Forget the gambling polls. Forget the regurgitation garbage that you read. Forget anything out there. Forget the zeitgeist that Wall Street gets it wrong. They do not get it wrong. They get it right. And they put the odds of Trump winning, or they had Biden winning, then they had Trump winning, and then Harris announced that she was going to replace, or Biden said he was going to step down. Harris got stinky because they were looking elsewhere, and she said, this is mine. So she became the nominee, presumptive at that point. And then it was announced that she would be the nominee. The Democrats are going to bypass a nomination process, blah, blah, blah. We don't have time. That's just horseshit. And, the DNC is a tight organization. They're not Republicans. Anybody can become president, truthfully. Republicans have an easier way to nominate in their party. The DNC is like militant with control. And so Harris got the nomination. Then we had the first debate between Harris and Trump. And she pulled away in the lead by Wall Street's estimates for about 2 or 3 weeks. Then she began to lose. Wall Street called Trump as winning mid to late summer. And then they put the Trump trade on. The Trump trade didn't happen. I don't know if you know this or not, but the Trump trade did not happen in November. It began in the summer. They had baskets, like white papers. Trump's going to win. We're going to take the trade and the Trump trade right into the election. And they did. We talked about it here. You know about it if you're in the Discord. Now, inside of that Trump trade, wind up, unwind, there was an expectation that we were going to come into the known seasonal weakness in mid-February. You guys forget Pravorsky going full bear, baby. I think he said the 17th or 18th or thereafter, and I was fucking goading his ass on Twitter going, we going to do this or what, bro? Right? And why is he going full bear? He's going full bear not because of this trade. He was going full bear for Trump tariff 2.0. and known seasonal weakness. Trade down here for seasonal weakness. Maybe if we're lucky, like 560, 570, somewhere in here. Somewhere in here. Anywhere in this zone is basically that trade. Now, it was also known, two other things were also known. If Biden or Harris had won or assumed that we would front run a recession. So let me explain what that looks like here. Let me try to give you an idea here. If you have 2025, and you have 2026, and beyond, right? There's 27. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Here's 2027. And I want to show you what a recession trade would look like. The assumption was if Harris or Biden won, we'd come into 2025, right? We'd catch a high. Somewhere in there, right? December, January, February, somewhere in there, though. They're roughly in there, right? And then what we would do is we would trade down here in 25. This is Harris, by the way, right? Get a failure above, trade down again, and then one more all-time high end of year. All-time high end of year, average returns, low, failure, doom, September, October, high into 2026, right? And unknown from here. Not depression trade, just unknown. Recession early. Okay? Now, when Trump 1.0 came in, or when Trump began to win, Wall Street said, nope, we're not going to do that. Hold on here. Oh. We're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we'll get our normal seasonal low, right? Crank up for a nice new high for summer. Get your September. Crank up here. Right? And then that recession trade from Harris Biden would begin here. All right, so now you'd be coming down, right? Failure to get the all-time high. One more leg down, all-time high. Right? So this would be 26, 27. Then you'd have 2 years pass. 1, 2. And then you would start the trade for not Trump 2.0 tariffs, but you would see Trump, because he's now kind of lame duckish, be able to implement his full promise. And that introduces a depression trade. This is the second leg down trade. 2000, 2008, 1929, 1930. Now we've moved all that forward. Okay, all of this is now pushed forward. So we get someone smart in MAGA. I got to give them credit. They deserve it. They deserve it because there's danger in MAGA being hogtied in the midterms. There's danger of Trump being a lame duck early. There's danger of infighting. There's danger of demands being made by reps, U.S. House of Reps, senators, greed, power plays, that they could hogtie their own party. Forget the Dems. So someone was smart enough to speed run lame duck year 2, 3, or 3, 4 into year 1, 2. do it as fast as possible, push it all the way through. And now we're moving 26, 27 into 25, 26. And now the depression trade in 26, 27. So, where we think, so what Wall Street did was adjust. They adjusted. They said, okay, instead of this down here, just going here, we're going to take it all the way down. We're going to start the recession trade now, failure, right? A little bit of September, all-time highs, and then 26 is the depression trade. Now, my big point of contention here is maybe they're lying. Or maybe they're not telling everyone. Or maybe they always want to stay ahead. Fear, panic. And Wall Street always wants to be ahead of you. If I know this, that means they know this. So there's a fly in the ointment. We're in a time where there's too much information. Internet, social media, you and I chatting here. I'm speaking to 4,000 to 6,000 people on a bunch of shit, and then another 4,000 people elsewhere in restreams. And then all those people are talking to other people. Then you exponentially grow that, and my voice is out there everywhere. My voice is permeating. And it's not just my voice, it's other people's voices, right? You got other people streaming and making videos, and you got talking heads on Twitter, and you got Wall Street bets and this one and that one. And there's a lot of connectivity today, isn't there? So, there is a potential front running of not having this trade where we get a second leg failure. We begin to front run this one here now. And that's a doozy. That's a fucking doozy. So they're one step ahead of you, right? We think we're going to get the big trade up here, right? They front ran you here. And now there's this inflection point where does Wall Street panic and front run everybody? These are the smartest people in our country. I don't know if you all realize how smart these people are. Like I know scientists are smart and engineers, and I've known a lot of engineers in my life. I've known a lot of scientists, but never quite as fast as a mathematician. Accurate, evil. Like they're like an engineer, cold. I don't mean evil in a bad way. I mean more that they're very intelligent people. If you've ever met people that go to school for any kind of finance, they're usually very mathematically inclined, analytical, cold-hearted. When it comes to money and stuff like that, they don't give a fuck. And I've always found, even more so than my career, but like finance in general, very intelligent people. And particularly when it comes to their backgrounds, it's some like if you look today, well, all these guys are like PhDs in this, they got fucking 33 different PhDs. These are the cream of the crop, and that's money that attracts that cream of the crop. These people are super fucking smart, and then they've got computers and programs that are even smarter, faster. They're always trying to stay ahead with an edge. Excuse me here. So we're going to look at something really quick here and why all of this matters. Let's bring this back into relief again. Why does all of this matter? And we're going to start at the top here. We're going to make it fairly simple. We're gonna not make it rocket science. We're not gonna be making decisions based upon our feelings. And we're not gonna listen to Wall Street. We aren't. Can't trust them. They're gonna lie to you. Politicians are gonna lie to you. This is all part of the deal. Just check this really quick. We know that this is where the sellers are up here, right? They're way up here. And they're still sitting here in this weekly trigger. See that? Look how that just matches perfectly. We also have some other points of interest in here. There's another one right there. See it? That high in that wick. You kind of see where they are. Look at that touches right there. It's almost near perfect. Almost near perfect. So, why does all this matter? What does all this mean, Cappy? Why does all of this matter here, Cappy? Why does it matter if we break out and above, Cappy? Why does it matter if we get hung in here, Cappy? Why does all this matter in the grander scheme of things, Cappy? So I'm going to pull this up for us here. One reason is because people love to throw around bullshit statistics, bullshit data, bullshit everything. They one of the statistics, probabilities is one of the maths that are easily manipulated for a message or story or a narrative or sizzle, and everyone's guilty of this. I see it on Wall Street Journal, see it in the New York Times, see it in all the rags, Bloomberg, you name it, you can see it clear as day, especially if you dig down into the deep research. You're like, these fucking guys over here are point blank lying. And then they sell the sizzle, then you consume it, then you regurgitate it. And one of them, I gotta give more credit here. I do this often, but I gotta give a lot of credit. This guy right here. That guy right there. That's our boy there, Wolf Richter. He's one of them. It's not just him. There's others. There's other guys that have been alive for a long time. There's other authors that have been alive for a long time. There's traders. There's market makers. There's pit traders. There's Jedi Marcus. There's Bob Kendall. You've got Larry Williams. You've got old people. And you've got writers that document. And I don't know why they help us out, but they do. So, if any of you follow Wolf Richter, he calls out a lot of that bullshit. I always direct people that regurgitate shit. I'm like, you should go over to Wolf Richter's blog, bro. Drop that knowledge there and see what happens. Have fun with that, because he's going to destroy you. He's going to tear you. He's going to rip your shirt off, your pants off. He's going to fucking pour gasoline all over you and fucking light it on fire. And you're going to be running around burning. I shit you not. Go to his blog sometime, drop some of that bullshit Twitter stuff on his blog. Every time you see data or this or that, because it's all manipulated. And then by the time you play telephone with it, you're like, "Yo, what about this, bro? This matters." You know, like, no. That was meant to sell newspapers to you. Sorry. Sounds good. Sounds great. Doom, gloom, hype, happiness, FOMO. Doesn't matter. It's meant to pump you up, bring you down, whatever it's meant to do to elicit an emotion, or it's condensed down to something so basic and simple when a lot of answers are not basic and simple. And answers are not mutually exclusive. You can have an answer that has multiple outcomes or multiple answers or are not exclusive with each other. Everything today is like, well, bro, sorry, you don't believe in that. You know, you can't be a Democrat, can't be a Republican, can't be MAGA. You're not party line through everything, right? And that's not how life is. It's not how math is. Not how making money is either. So why does all this matter? Why are we discussing this right now? So we're going to go to, where can I bring this up? We're going to go to bottom right-hand screen. And why am I bringing up this bullshit? Constant fucking fighting bullshit. Garbage regurgitation. Here on my show, I'm not shitting you. Twitter, you name it, constant fucking diarrhea. Never ending. And it's a fight that you have to constantly try to win. And try to beg people to not succumb to in their opinions, in their trading, or any of those things. Put that back there. And I want to bring something in focus for you. I've heard so much garbage on like well, dude, that down move, worst down move ever. This is a crash. This is this. This is that. This is that. This is this. Look at how bad it is. None of that's true. When you're trading, if this is your monthly trigger, if that's your monthly trigger, and your price is only that far and comes down, or it's up here and comes down, it's the same. Shocker, isn't it? You have stretch and price, stretch and price. It's the same ultimately. Trend is still on the way higher. It's the same bullshit argument as when you see things like, hey, Cap, here's the stock market over the past 10 years, bro. Here's the top line, Cap. We just hit it. It's going to crash down again, right? I've heard that so many fucking garbage. Like, Cap, bro, it's going down, and all of a sudden it breaks up. Bro, it's like that thing's been going, or they manipulate this too. I'm going to squinch the chart and unstretch the chart, and I'm going to do this and that and all this other bullshit. Why do we break out here? Cheapness of money. Cheapness of money. Cheapness of money. Why are we going breaking out, Cappy? Because money's worth less. Come back down over here eventually, right down here, right? If we make that break lower, why is that happening, Cap? Money's not as cheap anymore, is it? Got to revalue those stocks lower, right? So, back over here. And let's go down to this bottom right-hand screen right here. I mean, I'm serious here. How many times have you and I both read, how bad is it, Cap? It's as bad as COVID, man. It's as bad as the Great Depression. Well, not if you account for the cheapness of money. Here's the COVID low right here. Here's 2025. Shocker. This chart actually accounts for an adjusted price from the beginning of our stock market. And look at how high it is. Watch my cursor up here. We haven't even done COVID yet. We haven't even done COVID yet. Relative. This is the great financial crisis. This is the oil shock. This is the dot-com bubble over here. And this is the Great Depression. That's ugly, isn't it? That's pretty ugly, isn't it? And look where we are. We're right fucking here. And you got bears telling you we're crashing like COVID. You got traders telling you that. You got Reddit telling you that. You got FinTwit telling you that. You got people just spewing diarrhea that doesn't mean anything and poisons everything. Now, what does matter here? Let's look closer at this again. What can we divine? I want you to look right here. We bounce, bounce again, and I want you to look at trend here. Watch my cursor. You can clearly see a demarcation point in here, can't you? Watch my cursor right here. In COVID, they stepped back in, right? Money printer, over. Money printer, over. No money printer. And I want you to really look closely at this whole area here. This is where we get the second leg down. This is where we get the second leg down. This is where we get the second leg down. This is where we get the second leg down. Look where we are right now. So this is a major inflection point, isn't it? I want to illustrate this for you even more simply. Oh, shit. I want to show you a few things here. I want you to remember these things. This is the blue line. Blue line. This is green, but here we'll draw it in with blue. Can't be fucking with the crayons. There's your blue line right there. Monthly trigger. This is trend. This is bull market trend. This is trend. If this begins to roll over, bye-bye bull market. Price goes under, rejects, bye-bye bull market. Trend. As long as that blue is going up, we're in a bull market, and the market is going up. Even right now, even from here to here, whether that stretch is big or small, it does not matter. If we were trading right here and price came down then bounced, or all the way up here and price bounces, we continue up and away. We remain in a what? Bull market. So are we in a bear market? The answer is no. Can we? The answer is yes. Can we enter a bear market? Yes. Can we stop the market from trading higher and begin to trade sideways? Yes. That's where we get the recession trade, right? Sideways. Or if we reject and begin the second leg down, great financial crisis, tech overvaluation, depression. Is this front run now, or do we do the recession trade and then we do the depression trade? And I want to show you what that looks like historically, because we have examples. This is SPX. Same chart, blue line. I want you to look at that stretch. It's massive. I want you to look back here in 2023. This is the same move as that. And where do? We continued higher. If this holds, we continue higher, right? Look at that beautiful fucking bull trend. Nobody was claiming the doom here that we're claiming here. There were a lot of people saying we're going back to mega crash over here. I remember these people. I don't forget. You remember that back test right there? I do. We're going down cap to do 3,200, brosif. So, let's look at something. Let's look at periods where things got really fucking ugly. And we have 3 good examples, don't we? Here's one right here. And I want you to see specific, or I want you to remember this specifically. We actually broke below. Doesn't this look familiar? Look at this. Watch this with me here. All the way down to the monthly trigger. Trade up to the cross of the daily and weekly trigger. Plunge below the monthly trigger. Oh, please let me back up again. Plunge below. Now the weekly trigger crosses the monthly. One last chance to get out. They keep giving you an opportunity, an opportunity, an opportunity. And look at where the lows were. Not bad, right? Not too bad to be getting out of the market here. It gave you all kinds of opportunity. Big fat elephants. Even in the GFC, Wall Street had plenty of time to get out. Fat ass elephants. That's these guys, Wall Street. Here, get out. Come on, get out, bro. Oh, yeah. Here, get out again. Here, you get out there, get out here. Look at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You didn't have to time the top. You just get, look at that. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity to get out. Boom, boom, boom. Down. Why does that matter? Our boy back here, see the picture of my boy back there, Mike Burry? That guy wasn't getting paid unless we did this. This is how prison for Mike Burry. Legend. Don't even get me started on how much money he lost that he could have made for fucking a decade while he was whining this was going to happen. Look at that. Look at that. It's going to crash, bro. Second leg's coming. Nope. 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 Can you imagine being with him and just missing all that party time? All the cocaine, all the hookers, all the fucking, whatever it is you do. Just wait for the fucking roll on the monthly trigger. That's it. Simple. Know when it's going to recover, that we're back in good shit, right? Right? We didn't break below the monthly trigger. We did briefly. We recovered. The moment you saw that, you're risk on again. Risk on, risk on, risk on, risk on. Come back down. Okay, risk off again. Wait until conditions improve. If they don't improve, yeah, baby, we're going down. Here's another example. Monthly trigger. Inflection point. Looks pretty similar, doesn't it? Monthly trigger, break underneath. Check the weekly trigger. Check the daily trigger. Check the weekly trigger. Check the daily trigger. Where are we trading right now? We already hit the monthly, broke below. We're trying to break out from this downtrend. Big old men sellers. So here is critical, isn't it? Major inflection point, isn't it? That's their second example. Go all the way back in time, Cappy. Go way back, Cappy. Farther back, Cappy. Way farther back, Cappy. No, not the hippies. Nah, not the greasers and the socias. Farther back, nope. War heroes, nope. Going way before them, too. Way before them. And what do we got down here? Hey. What do we got in 1930, baby? And what do we have back here? Same shit. You might not be able to see the ticks, but they're here. You can see them. They're in here. And we slam down. We actually slammed down here. This is the monthly trigger. We recovered, but still didn't beat the weekly. And we got some liquidity and went right back down again. There was no return to all-time highs. There was no return or failure of all-time highs. There was no new all-time high. They front ran the panic. And look at that move. We're right here. This is December of 1929. The bottom was July of 1932. So where we are today, you could say, you could pause it. We might be going down for 2 more years, baby. 3. And then let's look at this. You then have a failure at all-time highs again. This is 1937. You ain't never seeing that shit again, are you? Revalue, new economy, right? Not based in stock market anymore. $1940, end of war. We come back and get this high. We didn't go back. We didn't go back to this high. Right there. This is 1929 December. We didn't even go back to that high until 1954. That's your entire adult life. And this is what, do you know what this was? Any of you know what this is here? This is when we began to change our tax code. This is when you're rich fucking people who you are not stopped paying fucking taxes in this country. That's the first time. Whoop. Money cheap now, baby. Fuck you and your social services. Second demarcation point, 1962 to 5. Then things got bananas right here. See this sideways trade here? Whoop, that's all sideways. Oil crisis, war, Vietnam, all that shit. But then we got what? The second major change in America. This was 1978, 1980. And this is when we did what? Modern monetary theory. MMT, baby. This is when we started the fucking money printer. This is when Reagan made everything cheap. Right in there. Look what happened there. Oh, yeah. Look at that right there. Just print it, baby. It's going to crash, bro. Burning tires in Manhattan. Nope. 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 Print, 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 print. Print, print. What about that big old line over there, Cap? That big old top line, bro. It's going to fail, bro. No, it ain't. Cheapness of money. Zimbabwe. Look at that. Wham. Wham. Whoa. Print more money. Let's print some more. Woohoo. Woohoo, baby. Keep on printing. You know what I'm saying? Woo. Worst crash ever, bro. Worst crash ever right here. So, what can we take away from all of this? Let's look again. When we were in 2008, 2001, 2000, 1929, oil this crash and whatever crash and all other shit, we're at an inflection point. And there are three outcomes here. The first outcome is Wall Street front runs a legitimate crash, like '08 or a second leg down thing. And we're coming into that now, aren't we? This is option one. This is where we don't just reject here and go higher. We don't just reject here and go higher with a new low or a higher low. But there's the danger of we're going to front run this fucking crash. Right? You get the weekly trigger crosses, that monthly trigger, that daily trigger crosses over there. We're going down, aren't we? Now, we're not there yet, are we? Did we reject this yet? Nope. Did we get a new low down here yet? Nope. Did we get a rejection up here yet? Nope. So we're not there yet. But this is a major, that's fucked up, inflection point. It really is. It really, truly is. And then we have a second outcome, and we saw that in 1929, didn't we? Where we get trapped into the sideways trade for the second leg down. And then there's number three. And that's where we do what? We get up here. We fail to get the all-time high. We get the recession trade, right? Maybe we get the new high up here. And we revisit if we're going to get the depression trade downside. But I don't have many examples of this. I don't. 08, 01, depression. That didn't happen. We didn't get a recession trade. They front ran that shit. They were like, bye-bye, baby. Or your recession trade is even more muted. We did that once, too, where you didn't even get near the prior high failure or the new all-time high in the year. So you want to be aware of these things as the market begins or continues to trade to these major inflection points? Do we get sent down on the weekly trigger? Do we not fail the all-time high but are subdued? Do we not get the new all-time high at the end of the year? Are we going to do this big depression trade later? GS, JPM, they all said we were in 1927 in their reports. They said we were in 1920. No, they said we're in 2829. It's like 1928. It's like 1929 is what they said. You guys have the reports. I gave them to you. Gave them to you in November of last year. What were they trying to say? Let's look at it. Again, let's go back to 1930. And their thesis was that we were actually here. And that we were going to go up this year and crank. We'd get the peak in 2025, 6, 25, 26. Then we would start this trade next year. We ain't doing that, are we? No escape this time either. So, there's still no decision as to where the market is going. Hold on a second here. Gotta go all the way back over here. Hold on here, squinch all that up. Squinch all that up. You want to be what? Can't call it. But I do want to tell something to you. Your inflection point. And if we're going to do that trade, if we're going to do the worst trade, we're still going to go up here. You ain't getting roped in down here. We're never coming back, but they are going to send us up here. Minimum. We're going up here. That's the target. That's where it's at. Even though we got one guy over there and one big old man over here, we're still going to trade this. And we are at that inflection point. And I want to tell you why I know we're at that inflection point. I broke you a story over the weekend about a depression trade. Yesterday, you saw the AstroTurf machines turning on and off over the weekend. You saw the AstroTurf train on and off, didn't you? You can't tell? You can't remember yesterday when I was saying to you, fucking what's going on? Trump, Ukraine, Russia, shortages, this, that, like in your face, quiet weekend, busy Monday, quiet Tuesday, busy Wednesday. I want to give you
President Trump's recent activity.
I want to give you 2 or 3 points to think about right now. I want you to listen to this really quick.
These may actually be helping Ukraine, but
Forget about what you think about this guy. Get some things wrong, but I want you to listen to this quickly.
President Trump's recent activities may actually be helping Ukraine, but not in the way that you think.
Russia declared a ceasefire in Ukraine for Easter.
Now, it didn't follow the ceasefire, of course, but that's not what's interesting.
According to Cyabra's social media threat detection software, there really wasn't a lot of activity around the ceasefire and not a lot of inauthentic profiles were promoting it.
Now, in order for propaganda to work, someone has to read it. But what happened on Easter Sunday?
It was basically the Trump, trade, and China show. And yeah, the whole Katy Perry and space thing was still going on too.
But nobody was pushing any misinformation about the ceasefire.
Even Alex Jones, who has 4 million followers, didn't get the views he normally gets when he tweeted about it.
So what does this all mean? Well, I think it might actually mean that Russia's in a lot of trouble.
Russia's Gerasimov doctrine depends on hybrid warfare.
And a major part of the Gerasimov doctrine is hybrid warfare. Russia needs to convince people that Ukraine is corrupt or that weapons being sent to Ukraine are being diverted to cartels in Mexico. And they do this to convince the people to tell their representatives to stop sending weapons and money to Ukraine. It's a major pillar. It is a weapons effector. But if they can't do that because every other item on your feed is about President Trump or the Fed or tariffs or China or whatever, they lose a major offensive capability. So the less news there is about Ukraine in general, the less opportunity Russia has to spin it, the more opportunity France, the UK, countries in Europe have to arm Ukraine because their people won't get that Russian propaganda. So I'm going to keep an eye on this, maybe run some tests to see the difference between this year.
Now, what matters about that? That also applies to the stock market. It applies to the information that you're fed. It's not just Russian propaganda. There's other nation states. There's the U.S. government. There's China. And there is Wall Street. And there's a propaganda and astroturfing machine that tells you shit that may or may not be true. And they try. And you ever notice that? Trump goes one day, hey, man, it's a good day to buy the stock market. Was already going to rip. We called that trade. So these guys run psyops on you. That's what they do. For a multitude of different reasons. And they also don't want you to panic. Now, do I think you should be panicking in here? No. I think it's okay for you to consume all of this stuff, but I think that it's also dangerous to make assumptions until you wait for what? Confirmation. Do we reject this? Do we make a new low? Does the weekly trigger come down and the daily trigger come down to confirm that trade? And there's real danger here in this market. Can there be a panic in here? Can there? I don't know. I just read something this morning. What did I read this morning? What did I read this morning here? Financial Juice told you a bunch of bullshit, didn't they, this week? Walmart's working to keep prices lower. Flights are coming in with stuff for Amazon. Resellers have been stocking for months. CBS just put out an article saying that was all bullshit. I told you that I went to Walmart and I said, I don't give a fuck what they're telling you about prices or being stabilized at Walmart. I looked at it myself. Then they ran a story saying Walmart's prices are cheaper than everybody else in the country. That's horse shit too. If you go to the Walmart subreddit on Reddit, people are screenshotting the change orders for pricing in Walmart, and workers are telling you, I've never seen this before. Ever. So we have Walmart, Target CEOs privately warned Trump tariffs could lead to empty shelves soon. This is from CBS News. You can look this up on your own. They're not going to tell you this. They're not going to make you panic. They're talking about in here stock on shelves already going down, prices going up, and we're going to get a shortage shock soon. Guess how soon? May. So what do? We pump the price up, right? So it's not that bad. Maybe we can handle it in here, buy ourselves some more time. We don't get the new low. We got Bessent fucking stroking the market. We got Trump stroking the market, right? We got to play this out, bro, for 3 years. We need more time for trade war. It's not a trade war. It's only a dispute. No, it's a war. That's what it is. We know what it is. And you need to be a highly informed person when it comes to this stuff. You need to be highly informed on data, economic conditions, policy, and you also need to be highly informed at major inflection points. And you get those with triggers and velocity. Triggers give you points of inflection for support or rejection, and velocity or momentum tells you if Wall Street is unloading in the background on higher frames. If you see a divergence in monthly velocity going down, stock price going up, it's telling you that Wall Street's exiting, regardless of price action. So, what do we do with this here now? Come back to where we were. And we want to make some assumptions, don't we? We know, you want to snip this at home, you're more than welcome to. We know that this is likely where we're headed, no matter what. No matter what. We also know that if we get up here, first point of major resistance will likely go down. If we hold this, though, we're good, right? Go up there, trade that old man shit. But if we reject that, we're bad. So our first part of major inflection is going to be what? If we trade this or even this, key inflection point, key inflection point. If we roll down and hold, key inflection point, or roll down and then up here, key inflection point. So we're coming into this right now, aren't we? So I want you to have situational awareness in the stock market of a few things. We're not in a trade dispute. You're going to see shocks. And we don't know what Wall Street is going to do. They're not going to tell you the fucking truth. Jamie Dimon doesn't give a fuck about you. Mike Wilson, or ain't none of those guys care about you. But there are ways for you to look and see if they're going to continue the deleverage. And those two places are here, 555, and here, 562.50. And then you know where the low is. It will probably take time to decide what happens. Ping, pong, ping, worst case scenario, and then death. Or we do what? Ping pong up here, death. Or if we're going to do the recession trade, ping pong, down, right? Breakout. And we're out of here. We're even up here, back down, out of here. Safety. The recession trade is actually higher. Not the bull run. We're not even near it. But this line right here, only if we can get above it and show some new highs, can we even begin to discuss the recession trade. That looks like shit. This discussion of recession trade doesn't even happen. Bull trade, New highs. Recession trade, breakout from that major downtrend. Depression trade, still alive. And what is king? Say price action, Jim James. Price action over all else. If I have a thesis, we're going back to a bull run and we fail, you must change your opinion. Otherwise, you're like Mike Burry back there, missing out on a decade of gains, up or down. Don't be Mike Burry. You're not filthy rich. No one's giving you hundreds of millions of dollars for being wrong until you're right. You're a retail trader. So we're still in the depression trade right now. We're still in it. We don't know. We haven't even gotten back into a recession trade yet. And we haven't gotten anywhere near getting out of a recession trade to resume a bull run. We're not even there. We can't even have that conversation right now. And going back to your hindsight trading, there's no one that can accurately predict this for you. Bro, 2020 hindsight, bro. We went right back to the bull run trade. And if it goes down, they were wrong, they disappear. So you be tactful, I'll be tactful. And just like when we called the top in February 14th, and we gave two outcomes. We're going to trade 560 or 500 or 525, something like that. Wherever that monthly trigger was, I think 500. Worst case scenario, that same conversation I'm having with you right now. The same conversation from Feb 14 is today. You know where these inflection points are now. You can always come back to this broadcast and look at them and say, hey, I'm going to make major decisions. I need to know, Cap. I need to know, bro. Are we changing our economy? Are we going to revalue the dollar and revalue stocks? How do you know? I don't. I do know where those inflection points are, though. I do know what it looks like when price and daily and weekly trigger cross the monthly trigger. I do know where we are. And I can tell you as we go along, this is kind of where we are at right now. And I think I just explained that to you. I think I just explained to you where we are in the market. And if you see this or that, that will unlock a what? A door for you to know where we're going. Regardless of what they tell you, regardless of what Goldman Sachs tells you, regardless of what JPM tells you, regardless of what you read on Twitter, regardless of what you consume on Wall Street Bets, Bloomberg, CNBC. I don't fucking care who it is. New York Times. I don't fucking care where you're regurgitating or reading that shit. You just need to know where these inflection points are to tell you where we are. And you don't need to brag or tell anyone. You don't need to prove it to anybody. I just need you to know. That's it. You, I, and that's it. Anytime you're out there reading the garbage data, news, fucking spewing, we're going to have shortages in 2 weeks. We're going to have empty shelves. We're going to have ramp inflation in May. None of that shit matters. What really matters is price and triggers and velocity. That's it. Nothing else. It can tell you everything you need to know about where the market is headed, regardless of the garbage that we consume. The astroturfing, the sizzle, all the other noise out there, none of it matters. What really matters is what trade are we heading into, what trade are we in, and how do we confirm Are we going to trade the depression trade, the recession trade, the bull trade? And just think rather than saying we're in a bull market still, Cap, we're not below the monthly trigger. You can say to yourself, well, guess what I did, Cap? I traded it up into the weekly trigger. We broke above it, bro. We back tested it. I stayed long, and then we got into the clear. We got a bull run, and I made money all the way up. Or it got all rejected, and I didn't get trapped in it and freaked out, right? We started rolling down into the depression trade, and I was Johnny on the spot to take it down. Anyways. Rant done. Voice destroyed. Again. Andy B. Run that shit through Chat GPT, bro. What up, Co-Kid 1516? That's the zone, isn't it? He's been thinking about that for a few days, hasn't he? He's been grinding his ass. All right, so let's go back to the main screen and what really matters. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Woohoo, baby. Yeah, baby, come on up there. We're looking for a target here. Right there. 545, 546, basically. Hey, we're coming into it right now. We want to see what? We want to see, what do we want to see or not see? Depending upon your flavor. If you're a bull or a bear, it doesn't really matter, does it? You want to see, do we get up here and show the new high or not, right? Fail miserably. Begin to break the 1 in 5 minute or 1 in 5 minute trigger, right? Do we get up here? Do we fight for this or not? We have a better viewpoint on the market right now, don't we? Yeah, a little bit of no fuck off, right? This is Thursday, 14:30, 2:30 in the afternoon. Time, price, triggers, rules, tools, edge, probability, statistics. Don't get wrapped up in astroturfing. Be aware of when the machine is on and off again. Be aware you're being fed garbage at every single fucking turn. No matter what your politics are, no matter what your thesis is. The machine is constantly running. It's never in your benefit. You and I are fucking plebs. We are nobody. We are the shit stain. That's what we are. When they tell you something, always think, why are they telling me this right now? Where is the price in the stock market? Is it up or down? Why are they running positive news? Why are they running negative news? Why did Tesla not sell off? Why did IBM sell off? They took the money and ran. Well, IBM's kind of like an old man financial advisor. Take the money and run anyways, but Let's box it out again. SPOOS, SPX currently coming above the daily trigger. A second here. Hold on one quick second here. I want you to know the jump point is 12 p.m. Right here. So I want you to know if you're looking for stay going higher, right now, currently, sits right here. Jump point right there. Support. Poop Island. Oh, yeah, baby. Slap that ass up there. Slap it. Slap it again. Trading a high just then of 544.87. Smash into. You want to see this. Smash into it. Not failures, but smashing. We need to know, don't we? We need to know for the summer trade, don't we? We need to know if we're going to panic in May. We need to know, are we going to reject and get a new market low? We don't have a lot of time left, do we? We're coming into some major inflections. Today is Thursday. We know that the move usually ends by what? Thursday and Friday by 10:30 a.m. They don't have a lot of time left, do they? Need to get our price up there, trade sideways, get the worst possible price for new monthly flows, and send this shit down to the shitter, don't we? Make you restart again on the first week of May for your summer trade up or down. Should I take the money here? I'm at 74 cents. I was at fucking 79 cents earlier. I need more money. They're still not paying me that well. So I did well this week, and then yesterday I started hemorrhaging money. And I doubled down yesterday at the close, at the low yesterday. For today, same price, 48. So I'm back to green again. I might take the money here if I can get one more bump up here. I'd really like to see like just that right there if I can. No, it makes me want to just get out right now. Next target. That's red or yellow. We want to see this hold. And then we just want to see that tick up there. That's it. All we want to see, the tick. We'll just get up here. I'd like to go. We failed it. We failed this one right here. Hope we can get up here now. Worst case scenario downside if we're still heading higher. Outcome. to go higher. SPX trading 54.61. SPY trying to gain a foothold on the daily, or SPX trying to grab a foothold right now in known resistance. I want you to note that on SPX, we're trying to hold. Excuse me. On SPX, we're trying to get a foothold to close a giant fucking gap up here. We likely don't close it all at once. If you are looking for a place to buy dips, it's when we close the gap down here. If we can get above here with a new high, we can start to take some of this too. SPY blasting right now. Trading 544.83. Trying to break above and trade just above 545.41. R2 is at 549.83. Good morning, by the way. Good to see you all today. I think I've realized something. I never had a squeezing higher now. Target hit. Pull back higher. Can we poke the head up? Can the turtle poke its head above now? On SPX, if you wanted an inflection point, where's the inflection point? It's right here, 5,500. At home, I want you to, this is the prior high. I want you to watch this closely. Just that. That's it. That simple. Make it nice and big for you. Squeeze it. Watch out for a squeeze here. Trading 54.69. Attempting to squeeze. Be ready to take money off the table. Thursday, April 3rd is where the drop happened. Thursday, April 3rd. Oh, hold on. Thursday, April 3rd. At 9:33. Thursday, April 3rd, 9:33. All the way back over here. Thursday, April 3rd. Thursday, April 3rd. All the way back over here. Here we go. Thursday, April 3rd. Right there. Right there. $546.57 on SPY. This is higher now. Whoop, right here. Island. Be careful of a reversal here. We're right at resistance. We got major resistance here. The market only needs to do one tick, and it can actually bloodbath. Expect sellers to come in here. One minute trigger trading higher. 5 minute trigger way lower. Bloodbath all the way down. Try to get the new high. Bloodbath all the way down. I want you to think about the sellers that are here. And I want you to think about what it takes to break higher. Normally it's called Momo. You have a 1 minute trigger right here, but you do not have the 5 minute trigger, nor the half an hour trigger, nor the hourly trigger. Here is your 5 minute trigger down here. It'd be really nice if it was right here, wouldn't it? Because it'd be helping to get up there, wouldn't it? Still trading, though, above the 1 minute trigger. This is what we're riding. We're riding this hot sauce right here, this bad boy. Still bullish. May need some help. Still bullish. By the way, I am about to exit calls up here. I don't know if I'm going to wait till we get up here. I think I want to get just the tick. Maybe try to take it a little long over there. No, I did not do today's earning report for you, which I meant to do for you last night, and I did not have the time to do it. But I did say to you last night that, or yesterday afternoon, we're going to look at the earnings calls from yesterday as well, that we made calls on yesterday. We're going to review those, keep a running track as we go through earnings season. Hold on here. Push that over. Today after the bell. Push that over there. Today after the bell, we have Intel, INTC, Alphabet, and we've got Celestica, and we've got T-Mobile, Aneco, Eagle, Boyd, Vail. Might have some others that I don't know about that had their earnings didn't come out yet. And then we've got some other stuff tomorrow morning, but not much until next week. Nothing huge. I would be paying close attention to T-Mobile for disruptions for mobile devices, and I would also be looking at Colgate-Palmolive tomorrow. Colgate-Palmolive is one of the old school, matter of fact, people like that live where I live. Old school Dow Jones. They make the toilet paper, the toothpaste. They make your detergents for your laundry. They make the Bounce and Febreze and all the crap that you constantly consume no matter what the economy is like. So try to check out the guidance from Colgate-Palmolive tomorrow. Try to check out T-Mobile today. And we're going to chat really quickly right now for end of the day about Alphabet. And we're going to give you an idea as to what to expect. And what I find fascinating about Alphabet in particular is that a day or two before Tesla's report, the fucking news turned on the juice. I mean, they were just like, they destroyed Tesla. It's going down. It's going to crash. It's not going higher. It was pure diarrhea. They ran that same program last night and yesterday afternoon on Alphabet. I went on Wall Street Bets the morning after Tesla's report. The volume of people that were short or in puts, they got annihilated. Because what were they doing? Consume, regurgitate, telephone. Consume, regurgitate, telephone. Consume, regurgitate, telephone. Win on internet points. Disappear when wrong. Risking their own wealth for bullshit. Not based in fact and truth. I even noticed that they transitioned on Reddit yesterday from fuck the stock price got fucked to their revs got fucked and their profit got fucked. They literally shifted the AstroTurf away from stock price. We got to catch a win, bro. Got to make them feel good some more, like they're doing the damage, which they are. And they should have been saying that the entire time and not stock price. So just more grift, more sizzle, more bullshit. That has nothing to do with the price of Tesla. So let's talk or look at our report at the end of the day. The Goog Master. We got the Goog. And we also have we also have hold on, let me bring the Goog up here. Oh, that's this might be why. Let's do hot stanks. Yeah, open it anyway. You guys have any preference on which Goog we do? Here's the Goog Master. You already know where we're going, right? We're going to poke our heads up. If it fails, you know what to do. There's our boy Goog, baby. And look at the Goog Master. Goog Master got taken down. A little bit of woodshed here, huh? The 1 minute trigger right here, or a 1 minute chart that we're on right here. Let's switch over to an hourly chart. See what's going on with the Goog Master. Hey, what's up there, Mr. Goog? A lot of room in here, huh? How do we go higher? This is one of them. First chance to go higher. Break out above, fail. Break out above again, trying to trade weekly trigger on the Goog Master. Let's see what we can find out on Google. Let me bring up earnings calendar. Let's do the Goog. Google today has an expected move of 5.7%. On May 16th, an 8.5% move expected. Middle of May. On a daily basis, let's check out what's going on. We still have some gaps lower here at $112. That's important to note. We have another gap below here at $127. Left behind. Let's take a peek at velocity, momentum, what we trade. We trade momentum on multi-time frames because we want to be with money flow, right? Let's look at a few things here. It's a nice little dip on a quarterly basis. This is positive. I like seeing this. Momentum is at a low on quarterly. Monthly, though, is telling you something else, telling you what? We can go lower on a monthly basis And we've never been negative on Google. That's the depression trade. Inflection points in the market on a quarterly basis happening right now. We already saw that earlier this morning. We can see that we're in major inflection points. We're also at this inflection point on a monthly basis. This is 2022. We haven't even entered 2022 yet in terms of price. Remember earlier when I told you we haven't hit the COVID lows yet, adjusted. On a weekly basis, we're looking good. This is constructive. We're going higher, higher. That's good. On a daily basis, we're not even getting started yet. Looks good. We're getting back to neutral. When you want to long a stock, usually you want to be down here. Start getting long, baby, for that big move up there. Or even if it's weak, it doesn't matter. You're buying or longing intra-week down here on daily velocity. You're looking for a weekly low to get long. Daily looks great. We don't care about inflection points here. We just care about an ER. Let's look at a 30-minute basis. 15-minute basis, a little long in the tooth, looking for a pullback soon. I bet if we get this new high, Google pulls back. Half hour should give a push. Hourly, we're losing. But we do have strong daily. So we're looking for a quick top soon on Google today. A pullback on an hourly basis into their close, but the daily should support. Okay, that's good information to know. Let's look at Google on a monthly basis with ICT stuff. Check out ICT and see what it says. Oh, shit, I'm not in Class A stock here. God damn it. There we go. All is well again. And I'm on a monthly basis. All the same. Nothing's changed here. Hourly still weak. Daily still strong. 30-minute basis. Long in the tooth on this one. A little bit more on the half an hour for uppies. SPOO's now trading higher, trying to break above 545.36. It's all the same shit, to be honest with you. Well, it's not the same shit, but we want to be looking at Class A. Okay. At least for demonstrative purposes, it's all the same shit. Okay, so we are above the daily trigger. We know that we have a little more up to go, right? We're going to go like this. A little bit more up to go. A little bit more. Not a new high. Just a little bit more. We know that hourly is weak. Come back down over here to Jesus over here, right? We'll make this thick so you can see it at home. 4. Uppies, failure. Down, check the back check. Make sense? Up, down, right? Up, down. Hold on here. We have a expected move of 5.6% today. Spoos with a new high. And $1.08, baby. Give me $1.10. All right, how about $1.13? No? 10? Okay, 10. No. Just give me a fill. There we go. ICT. This is interesting here. Looks like it wants to explode to the upside, doesn't it? Someone's wrong here. Someone is wrong on Google earnings today. Weekly basis, gap above. I can already tell someone's wrong. Alphabet is mispriced, or we're going to do the move where we get there in bloodbath. There's potential for the market today to trade 550 and Google have a bad report. A sell the news moment. It's not, can't guarantee it just yet, but it's possible. If you are long, the price target is 546.57, but this is a good place to get out. Leave the rest to FOMOers. Kind of gap in here. We're gonna leave this out for right now. I don't think we have to worry about that. The good news here is there's a lot of support on Google. That's good news. There's a gap lower. If you got out with me, congratulations. That red bar is probably us, isn't it? That red bar on SPY right there. Oh, boy. Got a nice little gap up here, 162. On a 4-hour basis. A little bit more leg here. We got more legs in the market here. 4-hour. Ooh, look at that! Look at that doozy down there. We're gonna see this right here. Just so you know, you will see this. You will see at some point $148 sooner than later. I guarantee you see that. Maybe not guarantee, but This one down here guaranteed 153. Wait a minute, did I just switch? Oh, all right, we're about right on the 1 hour. Okay. I guarantee you see this today. Not guarantee, but like a 90% chance you're going to see that today. And you're going to see this, well, maybe after the bell down there. See that bad boy right there, too. And probably like a 30 or 60% chance you see that one right there today, maybe even sooner than you think. Next week. Starting a lot of buyers, a lot of demand though, right? I bet if we get a sell the news, you're just going to see more accumulation down here. So still bullish. Looks good. A lot of support here, huh? Buyers coming in. They're accumulating. SPY now trying to attempt to trade the target of 546.57. Watch out for a failure just below it. We got some good help here. We know we're got a little bit more push to the upside. We got some sneaky Pete's in here, don't we? What do we know here? There's a few things to deduce. Now, not necessarily market. Remember, we rotate in and out of sectors. We rotate in and out of ER trades, right? We're low liquidity, high volatility still. Well, the volatility is starting to get crushed, but we are still low liquidity, and where the liquidity is focused on individual tickers in tech, right? So we know that if we push Google up, we can sell the news. The market might not follow as we rotate into the next tech trade. You could see weakness in SPOOs, but maybe not bloodbath just yet. But Google doesn't have to carry the weight of the world forever either, do they? We also have a nice round number up here. We've got 160. Zeros and fives. Easy peasy. Don't need to do any kind of regression shit. Don't need to do anything. Don't need to do anything complicated. Now, there's something else here I want you to watch. Have we proven yet with Elliott Wave that we're going to start a new bullish sequence? Nope. As far as we know, this is 1, 2, and 3. If it fails, this individual stock could begin a 5 sequence, can't it, to the downside? If we have 1, 2, and 3, you would want to see the peak above and then no violation, right? 1, 2, 3, no violation. Then you can start your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right, to the upside. So on an individual basis, we don't know a lot yet, do we? This doesn't make the market move. Well, it makes it move or get weak, but it doesn't mean the market's going to crash today. But Google might. It is going to be important here for Google at the end of the day. You want to watch closely a few things. First, you know that the hourly is weak. You know that you're coming into some resistance. you know will likely get back down here into the close, and whatever their report is could even be take the money and run. This is going to matter. Do we fail? Do we get above it, even if we drop to the downside before heading higher? Whoop. For your rebuy on the 5th. Not necessarily weak in the market. More like take the money and run. Up, down, up, down, down. And we'll worry about the inflection point later. What else can we tell here? If we fail to get the new high, we ain't going there, are we? Going there. If we get the inflection point, we're still going there, more than likely. But if we fail this one becomes like that. And this one goes underneath. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty ugly, huh? We got shit tons of gaps down here. I showed them to you earlier on a monthly. Got a whole mess of gaps down here. Or we did. I don't know why they're not showing up now, but they were here a minute ago. Are they showing up in the daily? There they are. So we get an ugly May. We get some panic. 1, 2, 3. Blast down. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 5, right? That's messy, isn't it? This actually goes lower, doesn't it? And that goes right there, doesn't it? Failure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Woo. Goog's going to matter today, isn't it? It's going to be one of our inflection points as a leading indicator for do we escape or not for May. So Google matters today, doesn't it? What matters about Google? Do we trade above 162? That's what matters about Google today. If we trade above 162 today, tomorrow, doesn't be exactly today, but we're going to take out we're going to likely fail this. All right, we'll fail that. We want to see this, though. We definitely don't want to see a failure here. We definitely don't want to see a bad report here. So we want to pay very close attention to all of this, don't we? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to look at, we know that the hourly is weak. These are expectations for Google's report today. For today's report, you got 5.4%. Well, first we got weakness, right? Say this up here. Down to that hourly into the report. Maybe it might only go to here, but we'll go the possible rate, or we'll just draw it like this. Up. Okay. I want to see the new high today. And let's look at what we've got going on here. We've got this little bat. We got this little piggy over here. I want to see the failure of that. Failure. I want to see the drawdown. Here's your hourly trigger. Today. 4 p.m. I don't know. Time is the report. 16. It's a little bit tighter here. And then after the bell, when they report, I know that's nasty, right? That could hurt the stock market into the close. I'm going to predict here that we see some doom into the end of the day today in stock market. I do, though, think we go cranking higher. So here's 1,600, 1,900. Bring that over there. But I just want to see the tick higher. That's it. That's it. I then want to see some kind of a roll, right? Here's Friday, 9 a.m. 10 a.m., take the money and run. Take the money and run. Go into the weekend, sell over the weekend. And then I want to see this drawdown over here. That's the 30th right there. And I'm going to give you just a little more sexy, that pain trade, that wick. What does David AMS say to you? The wick is the damage. The candle tells the story, right? So there's the damage. So I want you to look at this closely. This is my expectation for today. I also want to do that 5.4%. Hey, look at that. Shocker. The dealers are pricing in a move today, an expected move of 5.4%. If you measure to that high, it's almost perfectly priced. $5.4 high over here. If we roll down, you want to see if 156.93 holds before we get into their ER today. And you want to trade that 5.4% to get the new high. All the maths are working out. Isn't that weird? Option market is accounting for this trade right here. Now, can things go weird? Yes. don't know where the fuck that is, but somewhere in there. This is what the option market is telling you. Without any report, without any news, without any data, without any guidance, without anything else, without any bullshit, without any of the news stories that came out yesterday. This is what the options market is telling you to plan for. If information actually changes and we break above, well, yeah, the option market will price that in. If the option market, we get a bad report, information we didn't know, we'll blast through this, we'll fail this high, and then we'll take that trade. But for right now, this is the expectation for Google earnings. Probably the best you'll find anywhere, even if wrong. Probably the best expectation you'll see anywhere. Even if wrong, even if bad report that nobody knew about, this is probably the best crystal ball that you'll find anywhere. So there you have it. There's your alphabet expectation. SPY, now blooding to the downside. Did you get out with me or not? I hope that you did. We got the high tick here. We're now coming back to get some help. This was the red, right? Bam, bam, bam. The target is this one right here. 1 minute trigger. And probably need some help, right? So we're going to back test the 5 minute trigger and see if the 5 minute trigger will come up and give us the push we need to get up here. Had our nice high tick up here. Beautiful. Not bearish yet. We do have a bear plane forming, but it hasn't completed yet. We know what those look like. We spend time on this show every day. We also know something else here, right? We know the market needs help to go higher. We also know that even if we're going to lose, you're still going to want to see that tick down here. And then the bulls fail, right? Exhaustion. And get down there for a new low. Get up here. There's the actual cross right here. And you're Johnny on the spot, aren't you? This is the doom trade. This is the money trade. This is what in here? Don't fuck around trade, isn't it? You do not fuck around in here, do you? Because here is where the baddies are, right? Grind, grind, grind. We can go higher again. We can break lower. High percentage trade is here. High percentage trade is here. Right? Win trade. No cap. I called the top when you sold, and we're going down here. Don't do that. Or at least not in a 1 minute frame. We're not there yet, are we? So we know a few things right now, don't we? We're looking for what? More help to get higher? We got the high. Fucker right there. We got the support. And we know a few things now with Google, don't we? We know that, so let's go back down and look at Google. We know that we've got Google report today. We know that Google likely will do what? Fail here, right? Backtest. This shit. This shit. We're looking for that. There's a few things we can deduce here, right? Google might have a little bit more life left in it, but we do get some late day garbage. Do I expect this to be given up? Not quite yet, but end of day I do. So here is price or time. Here is 30, 3 p.m., 3:30, 4 p.m. If we had a lower target for SPY on some kind of Google weakness and no rotation anywhere else, where do we would expect a low if we had one? If we got a low on Google, where would it be? Well, if we look at Goog and we say, yeah, Cap, we might have some blood, it would be the low at 10:30 in the morning today. So the low at 10:30 this morning was where? Right here. Right about there. So if we're going to get a low in the market today, look where we are up here. Look what we want to hit. And we're still slightly strong. You want to see the target of 546.57 and maybe a fade here. Ricochet up. So if we had an idea, right? Just an idea, we would say what? Between now and, we'll just draw this in with just a dotted line here, okay? Actually, we'll get rid of that. We'll do this one right here. And we'll say between now and let's go with like 2:30, 3 p.m., 2 o'clock. Start to rope us in usually, right? Oh, damn it. 2 p.m. PT. Down. Doesn't have to start here. We could go like fuck around and then move down at the end of the day. But, you know, general idea. Down and then up to Valhalla gap closure. And we also have something else that we know, don't we? There's your first target. There's your next one over there. Woohoo! There it goes. There's your next one. And we got this big boy up here closing gaps. We're not gonna get crazy though yet. Oh. Just like that. PT2. We're not going to get crazy. Remember, if Google gives you the weakness, drives the market higher, and then we fade Google after the bell, and we rotate into the next trade, longing another tech stock or whatever stock you like. You could also see after the bell on Friday some weakness, right? A little bit of weakness here on late Friday. Maybe the market drives even higher. Not bad, right? Just look at this really quick. Got their upside move, pull back down into trend, right? A little bit of weakness on Google. You look down here in the bottom right-hand side, we've got the Google weakness right here, but we also have this spread down here in the after hours, which also translates back into what? If we get some kind of a drawdown, this should be that first green line on Google. We get a little bit more blood after the bell. That's still on trend, isn't it? For that squeeze higher, we want to not get the failure there. We want to hit it. Bam. I think that's pretty reasonable. Now let's go back down. Let's take a look at direction. Now, of course, yesterday we get a troll that says you're wrong. I'm like, dude, we're trading a 1 minute chart, man. Like, these expectations are an hourly basis. You're not going to get to the penny. I need a penny, bro. No, you don't. You need to buy the bottoms and get out on the tops. Got our expectations up here. PT. Whoop. Call it 2 p.m. Might need some help. 5 minute trigger coming up. 1:30 in the afternoon, right? No new high. So we get the high over here. No new high. We got a low, but no new high. Wouldn't be surprised if we came down here. Attempt that one right there. And even if you got it right here, quickly, still looking for a pullback here. Go up there. They got a minute left to get it. We would need to see a squeeze right now that goes straight up here to, they got a minute. Bulls got 1 more minute to validate or invalidate this one. And they're getting the squeeze right now. Watch it. You need to see this to validate this one. So watch this close. Got a new high just then on this one right here. We just got this one. This is good. This is good. Give them 1 more minute here. They might have 1 more bar. They just beat this prior high right here. So if they can get 1 more candle up. Let's watch it close. $1:31 in the afternoon. They still got another minute. They're not done. I try to give them, like, I try to do it to the 0, but it's not always like that. Sometimes there's daylight savings time can fuck with things, and then sometimes it's not on exact. We'll be like 10 minutes early, 3 minutes fast. Shaking up the algo box. We usually give them a little bit extra time here, see what they're going to do. We've seen no major reversal. Give them another minute or two to try to take this out. Or fail to take it out. Still haven't failed yet. Still on trend high or white line here. 1 minute trigger still positive. We already beat this one. That's gone now. We'll just watch this closely. If we start failing, we'll draw in the one. That's the validate up or down. We're not quite there yet. We're still above the 1 minute trigger. Bulls are still alive even right now. They're still alive. They beat this one right here. They beat that one right there. They have not lost the 1 minute trigger. And they're trying to. Still holding on here. That doesn't look good. I'll be honest. Still alive. Still alive. Bull's still alive right now. Bull's still alive. There we go. They can still save it right here. Don't need that anymore, right? Because put the drawn line in there. Making another poop island up here. Volcanic poop. Another shit island. We do this every day. Poop island. Get ready to drill. Get ready to drill Poop Island again. Erp, there it is. Ah, shoot. Hold on, I gotta respond to somebody here. I get so... Hang tight, guys. I gotta talk to somebody really quick. Betting it will be I don't know if I wrote this all right, but there you go. I love that. So my new keyboard here, it had sticky keys, and so I replaced my keyboard. But my new fucking keyboard is so I had this old shitty keyboard, but it was wider and larger. I got this new keyboard. It's like, so I had sticky keys, so I'm like mistyping a lot while doing a bunch of other shit. I got this new keyboard, no sticky keys, but like it's all slightly off and it's curved slightly. My new keyboard's got like a slight curve to it, and the keys are like curved slightly. So I have to retrain my fingers now. So now I'm like stuck with like retraining my fingers. So I'm still missing keystrokes. And I type like 65, 70 words a minute, somewhere in there. Not crazy good, but pretty good. But my mistakes in that 65, 70 keystrokes, or 65 words, excuse me, not keystrokes, but words, are still fucked up. So like now I'm learning how to use a new keyboard again. So I'm like, I feel like two steps forward, one step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Got a new keyboard. Didn't get the same kind of keyboard. Didn't get the same style of keyboard. Didn't get the same size of keyboard. So I'm just like missing strokes here in the background. I love the sound of it, by the way, but I'm like typing right now. I'm actually paying attention. I'm like, I just wrote like an essay, and I'm like, I'm like, it's my fingers, man. They're like these keys are not. My keyboard's slightly smaller too. The new one, like slightly smaller, and the keys are curved. There's like a curve to this fucking keyboard. I didn't notice it when I first bought it. And it's got like a curve to it. Like goddamn curved keyboard. Poop Island's still holding up. Yeah, it's not sticky. It's just like I need to move my maybe it's because they were sticky that I had learned bad habits, or I was retraining myself how to restrike a key. There's like something going on with like my sticky keys, the new size of the new keyboard, the curve in it. And so it's going to take me some time, I guess. Just the little things in life. It's those little like finer detail things in life where I'm like, God damn it. Yeah, it's something stupid like that. Exactly. It's like something just like that. It's like this like slight curve. And now I'm like, is 2 millimeters in each side of the keys? Or now I'm like, is it because I was having the sticky keys that I'm mistyping still because of the sticky key muscle memory and brain memory, I guess? Still looking bullish here. Still have an upside target of 546.57. Yeah, ergonomic. Exactly. Okay, let's talk about the data bullshit. It was nice having the news squawker off today. The constant barrage of garbage. Still parked up here. Here's the gap to close. Holding Poop Island right now. Let me go through some data shit with you. So option or two-day option. Excuse me here. 2-day option. Woo. 54.50. Let me show you this here. Intraday pin and we only have 2 days left now. But for today, we've got 54.50 calls in focus. Net gamma on SPX. There's 5,600 coming into focus. 5,600. Here's 5,400. You'll notice that this is negative gamma and that is positive gamma. Positive, negative. Oftentimes we'll peek our head above this and then do a back test before heading higher to hit that, right? Test out that positive gamma. So what I want to show you here is this is 54.35, 54.40, and 54.45. So there's two things going on here. We've got the let's get our asses over the hump to trade 5,600. There's a pin keeping us here, but don't forget all this stuff down here. We can easily slip down to trade that. But this is important to note here. And I want you to remember what I said about the 2-day gamma just a moment ago. So 50, make sure I got this right. I'm not fucking this up. 54.50 is right here. We know that we want to see the peak above, but that we could also come up here, down, up, and down, or we can fail. Right? It's like a bunch of different outcomes in here, right? Bunch of different outcomes up here, isn't there? Do we trade above and reverse? Do we trade the failure, get above, then reverse? Do we trade above and blast down? Do we trade above and hold? A lot of different outcomes, right? Whole bunch of outcomes here. So what do we know about this zone up here, 5,500? We don't want anything to do with it, do we? We want to get out before we get to this zone, don't we? And if we see consolidation and a new high, we can take that long, can't we? If we begin to reject at any point, we know where support is, and we know we can short below here. So we've got Poop Island. This is 54.70, 54.65. Right? What was all that sexy downside? So you guys should all know where this stuff is here. How does that translate to market? Just like this. As we approach PT1, you're out before we get there. You don't care if we reject. You don't care if we do this, do that, then reject. You don't care if we get up here and reject. This is FOMO land. You can take the trade higher, but you're out before we get there. If we go above and start to hold it to go higher, we can talk about that trade later. Or look lower, take another long. We also have the half an hour trigger racing higher. And we have the hourly trigger for the bloodbath in Google right before the report or just after the report or whatever. So all this matches up. It looks pretty good. If I've missed anything, let me know, but I don't think that I have at this point. I'll keep this here for us. This is a 15-minute chart. We'll keep this alive and well so we can see what happens as we get up there. We're going to check VIX 9-day. VIX 9-day beginning to bottom a little bit. If we could see the squeeze higher and volatility rise, we know we're coming close to an intraday top, right? There's the Google bloodbath, and then back up again. VIX playing along. Keep an eye on VIX. See if it goes up as price goes up in the market. VIX 9-day to be exact. If VIX 9-day drops instead the opposite of what I showed you, it's telling you that any pullback will be bought from higher high into the close on Google's report. SPY holding nicely here. There. 1, 2, 3. Two, three. Then we got nope. 1, 2, 3. We don't know how far that's going to go, but we'll start it there. Whoa. We'll start right there. We'll do the extension later. You got the high tick. Just got a new high. Take that one out now. Take that one out now. Last leg of that move coming up here. We're in leg 4. 5 is right here. I gotta go potty really quick. Give me like 15 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been sitting here. It's already 2 o'clock. I haven't gone anywhere. Give me like 5 minutes here. So you have your expectations for. I gotta go. Give me like here. You have your expectations for Google after the bell. You have your upside expectations. Watch out for the sell down into the close. If you're wondering where we're headed, the last brief I gave you is still valid. We are trying to trade 2 upside targets. They were looking for the look above on those targets, not the failures. That's your responsibility as a trader. Whenever you see me draw something like this, is a good example right here. Whenever I draw something like this, you know, you shouldn't be saying, "Hey, Cap, you drew it to right here." And we went right here. Like anytime we're in this like support resistance on some time frame, you want to be out of trades depending upon the time frame you're trading on. These are more inflection points for you to figure out. What else do we have here? If you want to know about like it's already 2 p.m. so we're getting kind of late and long in the tooth here. But on SPY, nothing has changed on your expectations. If anything, we're getting a little bit more bullish. So where 550 was the target before a big roll, 560 is back into focus again. Failure of 560, so 550, 750 is back on board. If there's like any like more upside, so before this run is done, there'll be a pullback in there. We should get above 550, trade like 552 and change. Pull back to 548.50 and then trade 558.50 before the big roll. But this is all predicated upon do we peak our heads higher or not? So just note we're getting more and more bullish. 550 was the target earlier this week, but right now this mechanical bullishness is sending us once again into more bullishness. So if you're looking for like when is this run over, like in a major way, to go back down and trade the lows like 510, 515, we're now bullish to trade. We just traded the top of the key here. I just got a high of 546.35. So we're really close right here. So see this right here? So that tick right there is the get the fuck out. Don't care about any of this. So we have done what we needed to do. We can still break above here, but just note that we are that close right now. I'll be right back. I got to go potty, and I'll be back with you guys in a minute. And what we'll do is the second half of the day, we'll do a preliminary if we can, or I'll put one in the Discord. But it's basically the same and higher. I'll be right back. I'll be right back with you guys.
This is Trump just reiterating what he said quite a few times now, that we're getting very close to a deal on war in Ukraine.
All right, here.
Trump on proposed Norway tariff rate says, I think they could pay more.
There's another wick right there. Looks like we've got Trump chatter across the news wire here. Trump saying we want to end the war quickly. We made a lot of progress. The next few days will be very important. Greenland is for another day. I think Russia will accept the deal that Ukraine and Europe like.
Referring to Norway's wealth fund when asked about tariffs.
I don't know. I went through that this morning. I went through exactly what Trump is offering and what Putin is offering and what Zelensky wants. And there's some key sticking points for Zelensky that I don't think Russia will agree to personally, but
latest and be on the bleed for non-farm payrolls. Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
I'll be honest,
92%.
because this morning I went through each piece of what Zelensky wants. I, number one, don't think that Putin will agree to that. But if he did, I would immediately break the negotiations and go back to war with him. I'd want it all, because I really, truly believe that at that point, something's wrong with Russia. They can lose. It might be that ammunition dump and time and ammunition dump. Just have to outlast for another year and a half. It would mean you're winning if you're Zelensky, because Zelensky's demands are pretty steep. It's like if you're playing poker, I would think that I have you beat. I would bet that I have you beat.
Trump says leaders want to meet on trade while in Rome.
Now,
Remember, he is traveling to the Vatican.
the one problem with all of this is that Trump is a horrible at understanding warfare. So he's probably a horrible poker player too. And a lot of the shit that he says he shouldn't say, I don't think he should say publicly. He shoots himself in the foot a lot.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent said, I had a good meeting with South Korea today.
He said,
We may be moving faster than thought on South Korea.
and then he goes on to say, I was not happy with the Russian strike.
We'll talk technical terms with Korea.
I don't think Zelensky gives a fuck. Yeah, I think Zelensky's being as nice as he possibly can too. He's being really patient.
So that was Bessent saying that we could get to terms with South Korea next week.
Trump goes on to say on additional Russia sanctions, things will happen. I would prefer to answer the question about Russia sanctions in a week. Trump goes on to say we're pulling a lot of pressure. We are putting a lot of pressure on Russia. That's ironic. It's I don't think we are anymore. We did put a lot of pressure on Russia. I think now you've got time pressure and you've got European pressure. Trump goes on to say we will do the best we can working with Ukraine. I think that it's possible that the White House is being told that Ukraine is in the position of power right now. Trump on Ukraine giving up your territory. This is key because I read everything. I read every little point this morning.
We're having very serious meetings with respect to Iran.
So, Trump,
Rubio says there's opportunity to grow Abraham's Accord. It's a reminder with the Abraham's Accord, as part of the two agreements, both the Emirates and Bahrain recognized Israel's sovereignty, enabling the establishment of full diplomatic relations.
And this is fascinating here because
there's only two options with Iran. One is not good.
Trump says on Ukraine giving up territory, it depends on what territory. I think they think it'll be very difficult to get Crimea back. So that's showing uncertainty from Trump. Trump used to say you're not getting Crimea back, and there are many countries.
Praises today's housing numbers.
Not just Putin, but many countries that say you've lost that state for so long that it's no longer yours. Now, if Zelensky is sticking to this, that is because
Trump says good housing numbers despite interest rates.
like in all warfare, we're not in a dispute over small things. We are now moving into the stage of I'm taking it all. And I think that could be the breakdown of this true ceasefire ordeal. There's some other points too, like they got fucked with.
Trump says energy prices influence Russia on war talks.
They got fucked with.
Trump says low energy prices incentivize Russia to end the war. Trump says we should lower interest rates.
So they got fucked in not just Crimea, but
I hope the Fed lowers interest rates.
They got fucked with losing Crimea. And when they made the nuclear arms deal, they were told that they would have the support of Europe and the United States.
Trump says either countries negotiate a deal or they set a deal
to not lose Crimea or any of their land. Of course, we did what? We took their nukes and then we let them get overrun.
Trump reiterates criticism that the Fed is late.
So Crimea, or Zelensky in Ukraine right now, wants an ironclad agreement. Not only do they want Crimea back, but they want an ironclad agreement that would trigger forces from NATO to push Russia back.
At some point, we'll set prices.
That's war, by the way. Now they're willing to agree to not join.
Trump says that some will be tariffed.
Not to join NATO. They're okay to join the EU, but not NATO. I think that Russia's already agreed to that. But they want the written, they want like a written rule in any agreement that NATO will push Russia out of Ukraine, which I don't know that would be agreed to or not from both sides, including Russia. And that. So the Crimea thing's a big one.
Don't blame any country.
And then the fool me once, fool me twice stuff. Like you took my nukes and you didn't come to my aid when I needed you, when you said you would. Well, this time we're gonna make this ironclad, right? That'll be automatic response from not the UN.
Says that with some countries,
not blue hats,
US military support,
NATO.
Us unfairly.
There's a big difference between like UN bullshit peacekeepers and we're gonna push back Russia in a conventional strike. So, anyways, Trump saying I don't think Russia is an obstacle to peace. When I hear that stuff recently, it kind of makes me concerned that ammunition dump that blew up was major. That plus the time could slow offensive progress.
Trump says nations got away with murder on trade. And that looks like it concludes Trump's press conference.
Also note
his remarks to reporters
that they've kept Rubio, like a high-level negotiation people, away. Although Rubio just made a statement, but they've kept him out of the negotiations. That's not good for Russia's positioning either, believe it or not. And it probably influences the softer tone from Trump.
So just a reminder, later on at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump signs executive orders. And then he goes off to do some golfing.
Goes off to do some golf.
He goes, then at the National Golf Club in Washington, D.C., he participates in a MAGA dinner.
We could lower this here. You could say it's right here. Trump goes on to say Russia has offered to stop the war and not take all of Ukraine. That sounds to me like some kind of parlay bullshit. Russia has made big concessions. Nobody cares. Zelensky doesn't care. Putin doesn't care. None of these guys care. They're in war. When you're in war and someone tells you they've offered you concessions, do you know what MacArthur said when we were going to do a peace deal with Japan? All or nothing. All or nothing. All or nothing. There is no negotiating. You know what I mean? Now, we did make a mistake in World War I where we penalized nations. We did not do that in World War II. We did all or nothing, but we didn't penalize. And that would be appropriate here, too. Trump goes on to say Norway is going to help us end the war. We are getting very close to a deal on the war in Ukraine. Proposed Norway tariff rate, I think they could pay more. He's saying that Norway is going to help end the war, and then we're going to hit him with higher tariffs. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Trump refers to Norway's wealth fund when asked about tariffs. He goes on to say leaders want to meet on trade while in Rome. Oh, God. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent today saying, I had a good meeting with South Korea. We may be moving faster than we thought. We could get to terms next week. That still doesn't solve China. These are all puff pieces. We could suck off every dick in South Korea, and it's still not going to replace the trade and tariff deals with China. Leaders, it's not going to stop the shortages. There will be pain. Maybe not crazy pain, but there will still be pain. This is all pump stuff. Trump refers to what else? What else we got here? Trump denies China's statement about no trade talks with U.S. Said they met this morning. So that was a public, or there was a public Chinese government statement yesterday. There's a video of it. And China just basically laughed. That was the gist of it. They were like, we're at war now, bro. Even if he did speak to China this morning, they did make a public statement yesterday. So if Trump's denying China's statement, there's a video. He probably, I would bet here at this point, he's so petty that I bet you his inner circle never played it for him. Like literally, I believe that they did not play that, because had he seen that video yesterday, he probably would have flown off the handlebars in the middle of the night or in this morning. So it's probably a good thing that he didn't see that video. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent, South Korea brought their A game. That makes sense. I lived in South Korea. They're very Western, pro-Western. Or their people are not. They want reconciliation, but their government, industry, and people in power, they're pretty pro-Western. And they do work hand in hand, and their wealth is tied to us in a huge way. And they have great manufacturing there, too. Trump, I think we're dealing well with Iran. We're having serious meetings with respect to Iran. Rubio goes on to say there's an opportunity to grow the Abraham Accords. Trump saying there's only two options with Iran. One is not good. Good housing numbers despite interest rates. The housing numbers are good, but they're not good. So our housing data lags by 3 months. The housing data right now is bad. It's horrible. It doesn't matter to the stock market yet. It will, though. Our housing numbers are absolutely fucking atrocious, and they're getting worse and worse and worse. And even if they get worse, it still doesn't materially matter to the stock market yet. It could be an intraday dump or pump in the short term, but housing's a really weird thing. Housing is weird. Like, you can roll, and it just doesn't matter. And then all of a sudden it matters. Once it does all of a sudden matter, then all of a sudden it snowballs. We also have the problem with reporting that data in particular is way outdated and way behind the ball. So when it does matter, it will. And that data will will continue to deteriorate as the year progresses, or should.
CNBC's
Or is showing that it is.
The impact of tariffs on inflation is unclear.
So which is the opposite of consumers doing really good. If you actually look at housing data, it's actually fucking terrible right now. We just don't report on it. It doesn't matter to the markets as of yet. Trump goes on to say energy prices influence Russia on war talks. Low energy prices incentivize Russia to end the war. Now, there's a lot of discussion right now on the cost, or there's a lot of discussion right now on oil and gas and the danger of price getting lower. We talked about this too last year, I think, right? We talked about how the bottom in the oil market should be this summer. I think we've been harping on that for about a year and a half, 2 years. You should see the bottom in oil this summer at some point. We're getting close, right? We're in April. And then there's some discussion right now about cheaper oil, the manipulation of the price of oil, and how it doesn't help with debt deficits and tax cuts. This is all Trump now. Either countries negotiate a deal or they set a deal. He also reiterated his criticism that the Fed is late.
It says it's way too early to take a position if June is a cut or a hold.
The criticism of the Fed, if you go back and just read anything, the Fed is, when I showed you earlier today what trade we're in.
Macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
So we're in a bull market still, but we're still in a depression trade at this moment. So I could even give you a price. If the stock market is not above, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you this right now. You can tell you right here. Make it easy on you. As long as the stock market is under 566, you're not getting a cut. I'll just make it simple. Make it really easy. As long as the stock market trades under 566, there is no cut. It's that simple. It's literally that simple. You will not see a Fed cut. No cut. If the stock market is below $566 as of today. No chance of a cut.
10 cents a gallon. Diesel May futures settle at $2.14. Natural gas May futures settle at $2.93.
And if the market begins to decline with new market lows, you're more than likely going to see rate hikes than cuts. We're actually neutral right here. We're not like rate cut and we're not rate hike.
And NYMEX WTI crude June settle at $62.79 a barrel, which is up 52 cents or 0.84%.
You definitely not seeing one right now. I assure you of that. And he's not late on a cut, Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell has shouldn't have any reason for a rate cuts for where we are in price in the market right now. Or at least just looking just at the stock market alone as it's a forward-looking indicator. As long as we're at 566 or lower, nope. Ain't no cuts. Ain't no cuts coming your way. If we were to reject the weekly trigger and begin trading a bloodbath like a depression trade, right? 4,600, 4,300, no cuts. You're literally going to get rate hikes, believe it or not. That's a playbook from the depression era. They did the same thing. They raised rates right through the fucking bloodiest part of the recession. They didn't start cutting until after the bottom. That's real. Like they didn't start cutting until the 1930. No, that's incorrect for Trump. It's just bluster. This is why you want an independent Fed too. And this is why you should always remember that you should always have an independent Fed. Trump cannot fire the Fed chair if he tries to, no matter what his lawyers are telling him or anyone else. If he makes that attempt to assert more authority over the Fed than is already given to the executive branch, I would get scared. You wouldn't want to see anyone doing that. You don't want to see a Democrat or Republican. I don't fucking care if they're flying spaghetti monsters. You don't want to see any of that. That will disrupt major volatility in our stock market. It wouldn't matter if we were on a bottom or a high in the stock market. You want that independence from the executive branch. 100%. And I know there's politics that slip into the Fed. I'm sure there are backroom deals with corporations and with heads of banks. I'm sure that's all there, but not publicly. And I'm not disagreeing that those things aren't there, but you can't have blatant executive power unchecked and unbalanced. Nor can you have that with the Senate, nor can you have that with the courts. Fuck, it's in our Constitution. This legislative branch makes the laws, the executive branch carries them out, and the judicial branch rules to quell usurped power from either the legislative or the executive branch. They are meant to rein in those two branches, not just the executive. Not just the executive. You know, Trump's like, fuck the courts. I'm like, yeah, but you're breaking not just that, but now you're breaking the unchecked. You would now then posit that the Congress, that the courts have no power over them either, right? So that would mean that what? The House or the Senate or the Congress can do whatever they want to do, and the executive can do whatever they want to do, and then what? Those two are going to start fighting with each other over who has more power. And I don't want Democrats to have that either. You shouldn't either, no matter what your party is. You shouldn't want anything to do with any of that. Can you imagine you lose power and that's happening? It's so insane. Just like the thought of that stuff, like the thought, like just the mental exercise of like, they should have this and they should have that. You're out of your fucking skulls. I don't even want Democrats having that power. I don't want a Democratic president to have that power in any way, shape, or form. All right, coming into 2:30 right now. See if we can get our high up here. Now we're just checking. We're going to move this over into 3 p.m. Slide this up. Right. Move that. Oh. See if we can get that bad boy right up there. You guys going to try to short this or no? We also have the squeeze zone and the white target up here. You can see that right there. We're still not there yet. Watch out for a squeeze, baby. We are in squeeze.
CFTC acting chairman Pham says pleased by how markets performed amid recent volatility.
Watch out for a major upside move here, and it could be higher than this white bar. I think I got this white bar. I don't know if this is right. Maybe it's higher. Yeah, I think the PT is up here. 547.5. Right there. I'm trying to like reconcile where this white line is on SPX. It's 5,500. I can't tell if 5,500 is right here or right here. It's somewhere in there. All this stuff doesn't always jive on ES, SPY, and Qs. Just give it a general right here. Just move it down a little bit. SPY trying to squeeze right now. 54.50. Another note where we are is we have a new prominent bar on 2-to-8 gamma of 54.50. Could suck us back down. We're going to get roped into this price down here at some point. That is right here. There's now a magnet of 54.50.
CFTC's FAM says that US markets are safe and healthy.
We have some gamma coming into focus in the upside to 5,500 still, but more prominent gamma is becoming this white bar down here. Looking to trade 5,500. Something like a so. Just right there. Let's see if we can see anything on Bookmap. See if we can see the supply higher. Ah, shit. So touchy. So touchy. Is it even up there? I don't see it. There it is. There it is. There it is right there. It's right here. There it is right there. There she is. Spoo's squeezing right now. Upside target hit 546.57. So I want to show you two things here. We had our failure get hit. We had our target get hit. Big question is, do we get above it? The poke above or not? The four different outcomes. That's 54.80, by the way. Very close to not hitting 5,500. I think that was top. Hold on. That might have been it. We're really close, like 54.80, 5,500. Or do we trade the 5,500 plus a fuck another 20 points? Like, we're so close right here. It's not even funny. This should be 50. 57.50. I got that wrong. Like, we're in the zone right here. We're in the zone right now. Whew. Like, we hit 55. SPX 30-minute velocity looks great right now.
According to New York Times, US seeks Japan and South Korea summit on Alaska LNG project. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. So further detail into this, a group advising Trump on energy policy is seeking meetings with Japan and South Korea's trade ministries with hope of announcing progress in early June. So officials in the US are urging Japan and South Korea to make a formal commitment within the next few weeks to a $44 billion natural gas project in Alaska. So the US seeks Japan and South Korea Alaska LNG summit on June 2nd, according to the New York Times.
SPX looking really sexy right now. I gave you guys inside the Discord. I gave you guys some ultimately where we're trading to. Like not on a 1 minute chart with pullbacks, but on an hourly basis. The same thing from the brief. It's a little bit more bullish. Yeah, here's a better representation. Gamma flips at 55.65. R2 on SPX is even higher. Let's go down here and look at this together. So here is there's a few things here to note. We have a magnet at 5,500. We also have a larger magnet growing
up 43 cents or points
as a base. At this point, I would say get rid of this and turn that
seeing the S&P
green,
extending gains to 2%.
This is your jump point. And then positive gamma is just above here. So if you were trading this, go down. Down, jump point, up. Something like that before a major roll. If you want to snap that, you can. And we still have lots of whole bunch of that crap up there. This is all gap right here. We would grind this out or pull this back to a test on the hourly, and then we would grind the rest of this out slowly if we were able to hold into positive gamma. That's how you get your roll. Big one right there. Big one right there. Big one right there. And then wham, wham, downside. $546.66 hit. Next stop above, it's somewhere in here, 547.50, something like that. We're close. We're getting really close here, guys. Trading 54.84, attempting to trade 5,500. Note that when we hit 5,500 or get close to it, there should be some auto sellers up there. Mechanical selling on the zeros and fives. Yeah, you're in the wrong year. It started before. Bazer's saying it started before. We didn't start cutting rates until 1930. I have a post on that in that depression trade. I've got a link to exactly what they were doing with the Fed funds rate back then. It would be really, if you have a chance, if you ever have a chance, not Baz or whoever made that. I don't know. I can't read who, or I didn't read who that name was, but if you ever have the chance, it's a really cool story to go back into the creation of the Fed, why it was created, what was the intent, and then what did they do back then, why they were doing it. Like that all harks back to like why we have calls and puts and shares and stock and commodities and hedging, and how all of this function wasn't for gambling. It was meant more to protect producers and protect investors, not gamblers like you and I, and how we abuse all of those things today. But the Fed too, at that time period, was the same kind of a function, and that all harks back to prior to night. It's really fascinating because the rise of U.S. markets and fall, like you go back even deeper in time, like 1700s, 1600s, 1800s, how markets would be wild. There's even an extension of that today. If you look at when banks put on like bearish seagulls and stuff to try to lessen volatility, there's layers to this. Like banks hate volatility. Like there's so many. There's a reason why we don't trade like Zimbabwe, too. And that has to do with printing money, but it also has to do with there's like it's lots of facets to it. But if you ever have the chance, go back and check that stuff out. If that stuff doesn't fascinate you, recently this year I've been recommending. There's a new TV show on Netflix about Jesse. Is it the Tombstone guy? Wells Fargo stagecoaches. In the stagecoach heists post Civil War, or pre Civil War, and then post Civil War. There's like a TV series. It's not that good. Like the writing is like a third grade reading level. The story is kind of like a sixth grade. But I think it gives a really good. I think it gives a really good representation of, if you don't have a background in finance, it's a nice little like doorway or teaser or introduction to power, money, who actually runs the world, who facilitates war, who facilitates government. And then also that could be a doorway into why do we have the Fed? All that stuff. That's sometimes hard to put like, well, that's coolness factor if you're not a finance bro, just like me and you, regular guys, right? Different degrees. It gives you more of like, oh, this is kind of cool. Let's go down the history of these guys in more depth and detail. Like we've all seen the JPM mad, angry memes and stuff, but I think that show does a really good job of explaining the men and the families and the names behind power and money, and might give you the instigation to be like, yeah, I might want to go read that history about this stuff. And it also helps because these guys keep all those records. You'll often hear like the markets and the economy and the business cycle will go into a place where today a professional trader, let's say with like GS, might be like 50 years old, never encountered something. Well, they keep all those records, like all the banks do. Like they keep them. They have like binders, paper binders, I kid you not. And they'll break them out and say financial conditions were like this back in 1910, 1860. Kid you not, 1970. They're very similar. So they'll open up the playbook and they'll go, let's find out what worked and what did not work. And they'll run the plant or the trades that worked in this similar situation. So that's why when you hear people say in the stock market, history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. That has more to do with prior experience from how banks trade those conditions and using some kind of modified version of what worked in the past until it doesn't again. If that helps. I don't know if it does or doesn't, but kind of putting around here, trying to find out if we're going to go higher now. We can roll here into the close, so just be aware of that. I also want you to be aware that it's now 3 p.m. Google, what's it doing? Did it hit its upside target or no? Not quite, almost there. So just so you can see, Google's now come into where the failure should be. It's really fucking close here. Look for a downside move here, and then a bigger upside move here. And this upside move should be more. There should be a, like higher, and then we go up there. That kind of stuff right there. You know what I'm saying? But Google's, we're getting there. We're close, within ticks. We're splitting hairs here. Bro, you didn't get 546.59, bro. It reversed at 546.43. What the fuck you want? Fucking, I want pennies, bro. Started right here. Raise that up a little bit. Remember that this is being pushed off now too. And I can't tell like how deep we go just yet. So there's a lot of trouble here. But there's a bigger one down here. We'll put that one over there. We'll put this one over there. It doesn't have to necessarily go this low either. If Google can hold on to 157.53 and 156.93, you shouldn't see that much decline in the S&P 500, theoretically. We're going to get rid of this now and just leave we already know about this, so this doesn't matter. We'll just keep this like zigzaggy line here. or this dotted line. We do want to pay close attention to where we go here. Do we break below or not? Or do we hold? Yeah. Something like that. We still haven't broken the green box, so this is not valid until we break below this right here. We need to reject this too. Need to like slip it down, then reject, then we start doing this nonsense down here. If we hold here and we break out above here, we'll go higher. Oof. Pain, baby.
According to the Times, BlackRock CEO Fink
That's violated.
on the UK economy.
We just violated this one. Nope. Nope, haven't violated that one yet, and haven't violated this one yet. Still bullish right here. If you want to know where the bears want to be lower, it's right here. So the bears need to be lower than this. You want to see this here because that would open the door to, if we don't violate, then we sit above on the island. Now 305. I got to check an email really quick, guys. Hold on here. Hang tight here, guys. Hang tighter, guys. You don't have it says fucking here you have it. Is this like a scam or something? Okay, so you see that dotted line, how it was just violated there? That's big, just so you can see it. And I'd like to see one more, that yellow line. I'd like to see that get taken out, but it hasn't been yet. So I'd like to see this yellow line get slapped. Next target would be. There's a lot of. Here, let's go over here and look at this really quick. So there's a lot of traffic in here. Just so you guys can see where this stuff all instigated from. I want you to see something here. It's kind of a hard thing to pound. So this is pretty strong here. It doesn't mean we can't like. It doesn't mean we can't like slam down and wick back up. But like as far as turning this into resistance, it's gonna take a lot of work. Like we can go all the way down here. We can even go down here and get sucked back up here. This is like a big magnet right here, I think. So I'm almost sure. So let's look at SPX really quick. And this is now a magnet right here. This is 5450, or a jump, like a jump point to go higher. So like even with this weakness, I mean, you could trade all the way down here, come back up, and you're just like parked on this new island. So let's go back to the trigger screen, and this is the island that I just showed you on, or all of this here. This is what I showed you on SPX. And inside the Discord, I was talking about this earlier in the Discord that, in an hourly chart, if you scale up from this, we get really caught up here on like minute charts. But here's a, it ain't doing a lot. You know what I mean? You could red bar this whole thing and we get really caught up in just like, look at that right there. And I want you to see this. We've hit this. You see it? We've hit it. You guys see it? So we hit our target. So now we've got a target lower, 539.73, worst case scenario. So if that's the case, right? If that's the case, right? And I want you to look at this really closely here. This is an hourly basis, right? We can trade all the way down here. All the way down here. And still be on trend to the upside. So like at an hourly basis, or minute basis looks like doom and gloom. Right? Minute basis looks like doom and gloom, right? But you're still on trend up here. So now that means on this refined time frame, we can trade all this down here. It ain't matter. It doesn't matter. We could hold this right here, though. All this at 54.50 and trade higher. We can swing lower underneath and we'll still magnet this. I want you to know that this is a magnet in here, 5400. So it doesn't matter if we go up and down and up and down. This is your magnet right here. So we got our new low, right? Got our new low. And that includes this. So we're going to wait for a squeeze higher. Try to take that one out. Try to take that one out. $3.16. I'm going to take a quick 14-minute break here. Quick 14-minute break, and I'll be back. We'll do Google earnings together after the bell. If you want to know what expectations are and you don't know, this is what they are. We don't know. We don't know if we go higher, but the idea here is that we're going to keep going higher. Come down here. Take out that one up there. Come back down again. Right? Now, if we go higher, we'll deal with it when we get there. If we get lower and break underneath, we'll deal with it when we get there. There ain't nobody that needs to know. There's nobody out there that needs to know anything more than this. That's it. I will say one thing, though. If you watch it like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that should be your breakout. But we still don't have that price action yet. This all could still be a 1, 2, 3 move. So we just got to pay attention to what's happening up here. It all looks bullish still. You guys want me to fucking like be able to know all this shit at every goddamn. He goes like, I want you to know the exact moves on a minute. I want you to know the exact moves on a 15-minute, a 5-minute, an hour, a day. Like, my brain hurts. I can't even talk about this stuff to anyone I know. Do you know that? Like my real life friends. Well, You can't. You can't. What are you going to say to people? You sound like a fucking weirdo. Well, if this happens and that happens, but if this happens and that happens, and well, it depends on your time frame and your horizon, and you're like, do you have 30 years? But I want to hit the bottom. Well, you can't. We can't do that. We got these other things over there going on. You know what I did do? If I haven't told you already, I did just finish planting a bunch of plants at my house. I've got my normal garden, but I expanded into a victory garden this year. This tells you how seriously I'm taking this. I did build a victory garden this year. I have one, first time ever. I have a normal garden, but then this year I built a victory garden. I had a bunch of apple trees on another property, but I sold it.
UK's Chancellor is currently speaking in Washington.
And now I have a new property. So I just planted a bunch of trees and bushes, all victory garden. I planted apple trees, pear trees, peach trees, cherry trees. I also planted blueberry bushes, strawberry patch, blackberries, red raspberries. I think that's everything. I finished all that last weekend. I did that. Nobody else. I did that.
Reeve says the US has a point on imbalances in the global economy.
I kind of figured, I was like, I'd rather be wrong. And I live in the city. And I live in a place that, like, so I was like, my neighbor was asking me, like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm just planting a bunch of shit. I was like, I promise I'm going to keep them dwarf. I'm like, I'm just going to keep these things dwarf. I cut the center root off. I didn't do that at my other house. I might grow those fuckers big. But, like, if this is a tree, watch this line right here. This could just be a liquidity grab to go lower. You'd want to see the violation, then down. We'll start talking about going higher. Not yet, though. You would want to see if this is, well, this is where a bear's stop is.
Risk with financial
You want to see the break higher.
Now only $99 a year.
And then you'd get stopped out. You should be getting stopped out right now. They're giving you a chance right now to get out. If you are short here, they're telling you to get out with that tick right there. It's like, so on this house, I got these trees, and if this is the tree root, and it like goes up, got branches and shit. I cut all that off. I cut the main trunk off to like 4 feet. I'm gonna keep these trees dwarves. You ever see like if anyone ever tries to sell you like a dwarf tree, you don't need one.
And trade barrier issues solved for the
You can make your own dwarf tree. You don't need to like pay extra money for a dwarf. And if you whack them down every year, like kill them, they'll come back and produce like, 30, 40 apples per tree and stuff like that. And also remember, you need doubles. Some of them are self-pollinating and some aren't. I always prefer to put pairs in, like one of each, unless it's like corn or something where you need like multiple rows, because those are self-pollinate or not. Those aren't self-pollinators, but they're dependent upon each other to be close. Oftentimes, if you do rows of corn, like their outer rows will never pollinate,
like the UK,
produce corn. Only the inside rows will. But I did plant victory garden, expanded garden. I did plant a bunch of trees, just in case. I've been doing my part. I hope I don't need them for that reason, but I did do that. we used to raise rabbits and chickens. I talked to my wife about that. And I told her I didn't want them right now. I was like, I don't want rabbits and chickens or that responsibility. They're a pain in the ass. They're not cheap. They're a ton of work. So I was like, look, just if I ever come home with rabbits and chickens, just know that I'm not being crazy. I was like, but I'm not going to do that unless, some batshit crazy happens, like we go to actual war or something like that. But I did tell her about it. I was like, yeah, we might have rabbits and chickens again, just not now. I liked rabbits and chickens. Rabbits were the bigger pain in the ass than the chickens were, because I hated killing them. I used to kill them for their meat, and I can't stand fucking harvesting rabbits. They're like one of the worst animals to harvest. It's like fucking cute little babies. And how you harvest them is not, I'm not going to explain how you do it here, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but harvesting a rabbit is not fun. It's traumatic. Even for me, it's traumatic. I have a story I tell where I like, you guys know, I like good food and wine and shit and booze. And so I know a lot of like chefs and stuff out there. And one time I invited a bunch of chefs to slaughter. They wanted the rabbit meat. And a lot of cooks and chefs.
For the UK, we are an open trading economy.
Unless you've done a stage in Europe or just not the US, or you went to a high-end school that had more than just butchery, like actually raising, harvesting, then butchery. A lot of cooks, commies, chefs have never seen that process through. They claim they do, but they really haven't. So one time I invited a bunch of chefs, a group of chefs, to my house when I was going to harvest a batch of rabbits. And not a single person showed up. Now, we had all been drinking, but not a single person showed up. And I've never had that happen. Like, I'm a pretty good guy, like publicly, like I'm an easy person to be around. Like if we're hanging out or whatever, pretty easy guy to be around. I enjoy myself. I want to go dancing, hiking, biking. I want to do all the cool stuff. If you ever meet up with me, we'll have fun. So, well, I shouldn't say that because I did go out with some members here one night. And one night I went out with them. Someone had offered me something, and it really like put me in this weird place where I was like, I don't want to do anything. But whatever, we're not talking about that here. But anyways, this fucking rabbit thing. They're like, yeah, bro, we want to be there for it. These are like all men and shit, tattooed up, tough guys. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do the harvest like this Saturday at like 6 a.m. or something, 9 a.m. or something like that. I'm like, be over at the house in the morning. So I start prepping for harvesting rabbits, and not a single person showed. And then I got ghosted. Like, no one answered their phones. Like, a couple days passed, and then
State Department Director of Policy Planning Michael Anton and Special Envoy Witkoff will be in Amman for a technical meeting with Iran on Saturday.
In every case, it was one form or of another of either just saying, I couldn't make it, bro. Or some of my friends were more honest. I couldn't do it, bro. I just couldn't fucking do it. And I can't blame those guys because
the State Department says IAEA plans to send a team to Iran this week.
It's not as fun as you'd think. Or not fun, but little baby rabbits. They're cute. They're adorable. Rabbits are awesome. Raising rabbits is easy, ish. I'm trying to think about this back on this now. Raising rabbits was easy. They fuck like rabbits for a reason. When you hear rabbits fuck like rabbits, did you know? You might not know this. Some of you might know this, but a lot of you don't. When sailors would explore the world, they often brought rabbits with them everywhere they went. Rabbits are not native to the whole world. They're not. They're brought on ships for a multitude of reasons. They can subsist on very little to survive. And you can go anywhere with them and cut them loose and not take care of them. You can just literally drop a couple rabbits and they'll fuck like rabbits and they make shit tons of babies. And their breeding cycles are really short. So like if you were ever going to get stuck somewhere, you'd always want, if you had one animal, it's more than likely a rabbit. You don't have to take care of them. You just cut them loose. They'll fucking be everywhere, and it gives you animals to take, right? Without much care. Most other animals take a lot of care, or at least animals that we domesticate that we eat. Rabbits, one of the simplest ones to raise, and their meat is outstanding. They have these like little tenderloins. Oh my god, it just tastes just like pork. It's like more tender than chicken. Tastes like pork and chicken. If chicken has no flavor, it's like pork. And the hind legs make banger. There's not much left on a rabbit after that. There's not a ton of meat, but like the hind legs make a really good stew. Confit, you can preserve that meat too. And the bones and the rest of the leftovers from a rabbit make really good stocks. Between like a chicken and a pork stock. And you know your food's coming from, right? Chickens, on the other hand, are a pain in the real. I say rabbits are a pain in the ass. Rabbits are more like I don't like harvesting them. But the chickens can be a pain in the ass. They're costly, and a whole ton of stuff can go wrong with chickens, in my experience. Anyone that tells you that chickens are cheap are lying. I shouldn't say it. My family has a ranch, not a farm, but a ranch, not a hobby ranch, a working ranch. And they keep a big hen house and they have no problems with their chickens. But I had problems, not problems, but like keeping a small flock is a pain in the ass because they're like, you don't have enough chickens because some are molting, some are not, some are at the end of their lives, some are not. Some of them not, some of them, you get a baby chicken, they're not going to produce eggs right away. And then when they get older, they only have so many cycles in them. Then they get older, and you're like, "Oh, she's so cute, and I love her." So and she's too old to eat. For the meat sucks after you've gotten eggs from them. They're not breeders for meat. Game hens, they're not bred for that too. There's like all kinds of problems, and so you don't want to get rid of the older chickens. You want to keep them. They all have their own personalities, though. Chickens have great personalities. They're very smart. They like chickens are great because they like attract predators, but they're also aware of the predators. If you have a rooster, they know how to bring everybody in, get everybody from outside. And I've got two ranch dogs. I've got a border collie, which is more of a guardian, and then I've got a Aussie Shepherd that's more of an attack dog, a predator, believe it or not. And they like to kill a bunch of small shit that fuck with the hens and the rabbits and all that. They'll actually try to eat the fucking Aussie Shepherds will attempt to eat. If you leave them alone, they'll try to eat the fucking smaller game. You can't leave the Aussie Shepherd alone with hens and chickens and any kind of small animal. You can't leave them alone. But you can leave the border collie. Fucking border collie will fucking sleep with those goddamn animals. The border collie will stop a large predator too, put himself in harm's way. But they don't typically attack either. If you ever see like a guardian dog, they're really cool. Like border collies, they won't try to murder another animal that's bigger. They'll try to push them off and away, or they'll nip and they'll make contact, but they won't try to like fight. Whereas like an Aussie Shepherd will jump on the fucking back of something bigger than it and fight. And if you've ever seen an Aussie Shepherd kill an animal, I've seen that with my own Aussie. My Aussie Shepherd this is true. So I used to live in the middle of nowhere. I mean nowhere, like fucking nowhere. And I lived in the high plains for a while and with my two dogs. and I had these 2 dogs. I got these 2 dogs because off of a working ranch because I have 2 daughters, and I was afraid of my kids being snatched by coyotes. And we had tons of coyotes. Like, I mean, like fucking roving packs, hundreds and hundreds. You could see them over the. This was in the high plains. You could see them roll. So they'll come out. So what happens is coyotes will come out at dusk and dawn, and they hunt just before it gets dark and just before sunrise. They hunt at nighttime too. They mostly will. Their nighttime hours are normally so they'll track. The coyotes will track at dusk and dawn. Well, I shouldn't say dusk and dawn. They track at dusk, and then at nighttime they'll typically make their they'll wear out an animal to kill it by dawn, I should say. So sometimes they'll hunt at nighttime. I've been in the middle of nowhere. There was one time where I was in the desert late night and they were hunting me all night long. I'll tell you that story too if you want. So what's my coyote story? So anyways, the first coyote story is I got the 2 dogs because they will take a child. And I had young daughters. So I get the border collie and I get the Aussie Shepherd. And the Aussie Shepherd fell into my hands because I donate to dog shelters and cat shelters and shit. I donate money to like I have a lot of love for animals. Like I treat my dogs, my cats like they're family members. They're like a human to me. So I get these 2 goddamn dogs, right? And my fucking Aussie Shepherd, I would sit on a balcony on my house. I had multiple balconies around this big fucking house in the middle of nowhere. I'd stand on the balcony and you could see the fucking packs of coyotes trying to lure dogs outside of the yards of these houses. So each house had like, I don't know, anywhere from like 5 to 15 acres, but this was high plains. So rolling high desert, you can see all these houses and mountain bike trails and hiking trails between houses and shit. It was really cool. But you could see these fucking coyotes just like they'd go from like house to house, like send your cat outside, send your dog over here. And if you don't have the right dog, they will kill your goddamn dog. They'll kill your kids, whatever they can. They're great hunters. At any rate, we're turning around to the upside right now. We are holding the island in the sky. We're not trading all the way down here. That's good to see. So this Aussie Shepherd, I'm trying to train him. And I already got the border collie's already been trained somewhat from the ranch, but I got to train both of these fucking dogs. So I would put, I had a big speaker and I would put it out in my patio, on my balcony, and I would play dying rabbit sounds. And dying rabbits sound like I think they better try to remember what they sound like now, but it was like ee, 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 or something like that. But you can get recordings of dying animals to lure in predators. And so I would see these fuckers like 2-3 hills over, and I would fucking put like dying rabbits on blast. Can't believe I'm describing this again. So, all right. So I'd put them I'd put on the sound, and these fuckers would like hear it across the fucking hills, and they didn't know that I was watching them. They didn't have any fucking idea that I was already watching these goddamn bastards, right? And so they would just like stop running in a pack, and like just you could see them just staring. And so what they would do is they would come over as a pack, and they would hide one hill over. And then what they would do is send out like 2 or 3 coyotes. And the 2 or 3 coyotes would come to my house and be like, hey, you want to play? I'm just a cute little dog. We're going to kill your dogs. And how they do it is they act playful. and they get your dog or cat or whatever to investigate. We're in the zone right now for consolidation here. So they would like send over a couple coyotes. And of course, my shepherd wanted nothing to do with it. My shepherd like instantly was like, those fucking guys aren't coming over here. Right? Like fucking, you know, and he would just like guardian, like to protect all this over here. And he'd make sure the girls were inside and all that kind of stuff. And he'll nip my kids' legs, all that kind of stuff. The Aussie shepherd, though, he's like, oh, fuck no, I'm going out there to play. What are you doing? Because I'm going out there to play. And so I'm like, all right, so go get my gun, right? I'm like, okay, go get my gun, make sure they don't fucking take my dog away and kill him. And I didn't have a lot of experience with Aussie Shepherds at this time. I've like heard what they can do and stuff, but I had no experience. So I'm out there, and my fucking shepherd, the Aussie Shepherd, would like play dumb. He'd be like, yeah, you want to go play? So they'd be like, yeah, come with us. So he'd be like, well, he'd like run out into the hill with the two coyotes, right? And then he'd get to like the top of the hill and stop. And the cat's like, no, just come over the hill. And the fucking
Managing Director Georgieva says there are important spillovers from Germany's decision to end debt break.
fucking shepherd would come running back. And I never understood why originally. And what he was doing was trying to lure the coyotes closer to him so he could kill them. And every once in a while, he would get one close. And he would attack that fucking thing. It was fucking wild. And he would try to go for their belly and rip their fucking stomachs open. That's real, true. That's real deal. And of course, I'd be like, get over here. Don't be doing that. But every once in a while, he would get his hands on a small animal. And dude, like Aussie Shepherds are badasses. Like, that's when you hear me say Henry. That's that dog. You see, whenever you see Henry comes in the office. They act like the nicest dogs in the world. They're loyal. They're like they act similar to border collies, but they're not. They're hella intelligent, hella smart. And anything smaller than it, they will kill. They're vicious. They're like terriers in a way. They're a lot like terriers. Spy going up. Failure to get lower, going back to check equal highs. Bat wings. Can we do equal highs then bloodbath? Or are we building a dragon? We're going to go all the way back up here, trade this 546.91, this prior high.
Package brings confidence and will have a positive spillover for Europe.
3:42 in the afternoon. Google not giving anything up to the downside here, holding its 1 and 2 minute trigger. No pullbacks currently. We know that can change after the bell if we get any volatility after 4 p.m. But not giving up anything right now, showing true bullishness
Stay up to date with the latest
into this close. Now 3:43 in the afternoon.
Special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service.
This downside move is still valid after this bell, believe it or not. You guys know about earnings. You guys know about synthetically trading earnings. If you get a chance at any downside, we have targets to take along. Whoever just joined, whoever just followed, thank you. If you could like these videos, I'd appreciate it. And if you followed, I appreciate it. If you can subscribe, I'd appreciate it. This show is fucking free, and I really appreciate you being here with me all day long. Even if you hate me, you're still here. You're stuck with me. I'm not stuck with you. Thank you very much for following right now. I appreciate it. Every like and follow is welcomed. I don't have sponsors. I tell them no. If I wanted to sell you out, I could have done it a long time ago. So I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Appreciate the follows right now. It's the truth. It's the fucking truth. It really is. I get asked actively that from people that know this. And we do finance. It's one of the best ways to sell out. It has one of the highest like payouts. Getting sponsors in finance.
Just a heads up, NATO's chief.
It's like easy. Big money. I don't do that. Still be open to the downside move after the bell. You know that we can get volatility here. Though I do say Google is very strong right now. I do want you to realize something though here that is important. There could be a sell the news. I gotta warn you guys of something here. I thought I said this earlier, but I'm not sure if I did. I just want you to know something, okay? Remember, I want you guys to like breathe. We could easily see a squeeze here on SPY and sell the news on Google. And Google would start its correction possibly, but SPY would only roll down and then go higher. We never rolled down here on SPY. So I don't exactly know how to explain this to you.
NATO's Rut says, I don't know if Putin wants peace.
We know that. Well, not that we don't know. He definitely doesn't want peace. Can he be forced into peace is a better question. The only way you can force Putin into peace is if he's going to lose.
Rut says, something is on the table for Russia and Ukraine. The ball is in Russia's court.
Let me describe this better to you. This is a very key point here, okay? I want you to understand, like, there's no exclusivity here. So something that seems opposite can still be true. So you could theoretically see a squeeze higher in SPY. Google, listen to me closely here. Google goes higher, right? I want you to remember some key points. We don't have any more tech reports until next week. I got to put this on. Hold on, I got to. Okay, so how do I explain this better? So into this close here. Into this close, we have no more tech earnings until next week. Okay? You could see between after the bell and tomorrow morning a take the money and run situation on Google, right? So Google goes higher. They take the money and run, and they rotate into a different tech stock. And then between today and tomorrow and over the weekend, you could see a roll in SPY, even if we're going to trade 550, 560. So I just want you to be aware that if you in your mind are like, oh, if Google reports, we're just going to keep squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, We more than likely are near a top after this Google report, even if they have a good report. So let me just scale out for you here one more time, just to fully understand what I'm saying to you here. So I want you to remember something here. So we've satisfied our upside target. Okay?
10 seconds.
And what I really want to show you here is this. If you get a great report from
S&P 500 buy side 1.7 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.1 billion, Dow 30 buy side 490 million, and Mag 7 buy side 580 million.
So just watch this closely here. You get a good if you get a good report from Google, SPY goes yay, could go all the way up there. But there's a pullback into next week. Over the weekend, dealers selling futures, and there's a rebuy for the next tech earnings to trade 554.
So just a reminder, in about 10 minutes time we get earnings from Google.
556.
Earnings with an EPS estimate of $2.
Not talking about 62 yet.
Estimate of $75.4 billion.
Which is actually on the table.
EPS estimate of 1 cent and a revenue estimate of $12.31 billion.
And to that point, watch this closely. If we get the market squeeze, that's where we go right there. There's your 51. There's your 57.5. And there's your 60.62. See it? But you still get the roll down here, don't you? And this is your jump point on SPX. You see it? Now your jump point is right here. So, if we have a trade here, to trade 550, listen closely here. Pay attention. If we have a trade here to trade 550, if we have a trade here to trade 550, 551 with Google, we are going to come back to trade 55 and 60 to this zone. Just remember that, okay? Please. If you're looking for a jump point, that's where we are. So if you're like, hey, Cap, I'm going to get long on Friday at fucking 4 p.m. over the weekend, trade will be dead. Cap, you said we're going to 560. Yes, but not without a pullback down here again. So if you wanted to get like calls farther out in time for 560, this is a place to do it right now. But be able to weather a storm from 550 back down to 545 to hit all of those upside targets. Bullish into the close here. bullish on Google.
Apple will strip robotics unit from management of AI chief.
And I want to show that to you over here, too.
Will now oversee robot project.
So here's the expectation on Google.
Has been making changes in bid to catch up in AI industry.
And I want you to notice how Google doesn't quite participate.
So Apple moves follows shift of Siri away from Gyandria.
Google gets us high but begins to fade. And that's because we're low liquidity and we're rotating into the next reports. So I wouldn't believe for a minute that I don't believe that Google continues up with SPY. I think we rotate out of it over the weekend.
And a revenue estimate of 75. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with financial juice.
So just like realize that there's more weakness in Google for a rotation trade. You'll see some weakness in SPUs and Qs, but not as deep until we get to the first week of, or until we get past all the indexes will catch up to tickers that bottom before we get to the bottom for May trade. I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly. I'm getting tired here. At any rate, just note that there could be a rotation out of Google. Note that you'll get another opportunity to buy a dip for the next batch of tech earnings. And note that the window of strength right now probably lasts into tomorrow late morning. Maybe it lasts into Friday at close, but you know, you're in your Cinderella window. You're getting close to the end and you're in a pretty good place to go long. So if you haven't already gotten long down below here, you've been too afraid, you likely have one more opportunity between now and 4:15. If you're bullish, if you're a bear or you're like, they're going to fail, I understand. Just disregard everything that I'm telling you. I get it. I showed you earlier today the other functions in the markets where we need to go higher to confirm if we're in a depression trade, a recession trade, or a bull market. So there is a need between now and the first week of May to confirm if we are going to do any of those things. Mechanical price action right now. Unwinding to find out, are we going to do the depression trade or stay in the depression trade? Are we going to do the recession trade? Are we going to do the bull trade? So there's a lot of mechanical things going on in the market right now. So if you're bearish right here, right now, I mean, intraday you can be. But if you're like, hey, Cap, where's the top? At this point in the market, you're probably trying to short the weekly trigger in and around there. Even a squeeze above, a failed back test, that's what you're looking for. If you're a bear, like positioning for major downs, it's likely at, today it's at, here. Oh, no, it's lower. Today it stands at 566. You'd still want to see the failure of 570 and a roll and all that kind of stuff. But if you're like a real true seller, if you're a real true like fucking hardcore bear, like Northman Trader or something like that, we're likely trading this just to confirm where we're headed next. For the summer trade, for the depression trade, or for the recession trade, to give us guidance for the next quarter or two. Well, I guess you'd have to have
To go now. We'll try and lead with the
a
alphabet
complete breakdown by everything today. You'd have to have like a complete, you'd have to have like shooting war with China today. failure of all tech reporting, which we know are going to be good because they've been front running tariffs. Guidance will be weak, but that's already known. You really, if you fuck up these earnings and in the reports for EPS, you ain't gonna make it as a company. The last since November, there's no excuse for a company not to have made bank, even though they pushed the narrative. Here we go. Place your bets. There isn't much of a bear case right now for today. There is a bear case, just not for today. Not for the next 2 weeks. Or a price. I say 2 weeks. 2 weeks, or you need to see we want to see the failure at 66, then you want to see the failure of the low. There are bigger fish to fry right now, and not a lot of time to do it. You can see it in the mechanics of the market right now. We're moving fast.
Still waiting.
I'm going to switch to Google down here.
So whilst we're waiting for Alphabet earnings to come through, Intel coming through with earnings now. Adjusted EPS of 13 cents, missed on the estimate of 74 cents. In revenue, first quarter revenue of $12.67 billion. That's a beat on the estimate of $12.31 billion. The second quarter revenue of $11.2 billion to $12.4 billion, compared to the estimate of $12.88 billion.
Watch out of a down spike on SPY. Google has hit its first upside target. Second upside target on Google's 162.
Also, data center and AI rev, $4.13 billion.
Google just slapped 164.
They've been on the estimate of $2.96 billion.
Nice spike.
Earnings coming through.
SPY just trading 549.33
on the estimate of $2.01. Revenue $90.2
slapping
billion, a beat on the estimate of
R2
$1 billion.
Just barely missing R2.
Revenue $66.89 billion, a beat on the estimate of 66.
No hit yet of 551.82.
Google Cloud revenue $12.26 billion, a miss on the estimate of $12.32 billion. Alphabet surpassed 270 million paid subscriptions.
Alphabet
ads revenue $8.93 billion, a miss on the estimate of $8.94 billion. Operating income $30.61 billion, a beat on the estimate of $28.86 billion. Also, Alphabet quarterly cash dividend of 21 cents, and they approve additional buyback of $70 billion of shares, and announced a 5% boost to dividends.
Google blasting through expectations
after first quarter revenue and EPS beat estimates.
Targeting 178.
Movement towards the upside after the earnings coming through.
Scratch that. Targeting 170, 171. Weekly trigger. Massive outsized move on Google here. Almost up 8%. They had a 5.4% expected move. Cranking. Also note that SPY hit 549.35. The target is past 5. That's to think about. That's auto supply at 550. I would expect by tomorrow open 9:30 in the morning for SPOOs to trade 551.81. 551.81 by 10:30 in the morning.
Also, Hassett speaking on Fox, just saying I expect there will be positive news soon on trade.
Google killing it again. Depending on what this low is here at 415, expect a trade tomorrow to.
So did see Meta and Amazon follow Alphabet shares higher after earnings beat.
Expect a trade tomorrow to 552.
It says what Besson said today is an accurate read.
551.81.
Hassett just reiterating what's already been said from Trump, that many nations have asked to meet Trump in Rome.
SPY returning to the bottom here. If you can grab a closing trade for Friday, it should be good. Google reversing now most of its move. You should see a take the money and run trade on Google, just like you did see on Netflix. Netflix. Hopefully see one more pump into tomorrow morning's market. 4:05, 10 minutes left. We're going to be gapping tomorrow, boys and girls. Not a ton, but some. We're trading 547 right now, so that's, 30, 40 points overnight. One note to you would be careful of futures right now, because dealers are unwinding in futures. We could still be weak overnight tonight like we were last night.
Then sign up today and get our special offer or financial.
But if you're in cash markets,
here's worth of our service.
There's a chance of the gap up by the time we hit 9:30.
92%.
Or you'll at least be positioned well. We should trade higher into 10:30 in the morning tomorrow. As far as economic news for tomorrow, they just warned you of possibly some kind of trade deal that could help with that boost. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we get Michigan consumer final sentiment, but we already know that sentiment's in the shitter. I'm shocked that the forecast is 50.8. The previous was 57. Sentiment's in the shitter. Someone's got that wrong. The consensus is 50.8. The forecast is 50.8. If we hit that number, if we hit that 50.8 tomorrow on sentiment, we're going to moon. But I don't think that we do. I want to read you one other thing here. Southwest Air CEO Bob Jordan saying that the airline industry is in a recession. Per Bloomberg, Southwest Airlines chief executive officer isn't waiting for economists to declare a technical downturn in the U.S. economy. As far as he's concerned, a recession already has started. Noting demand for domestic leisure travel has dropped more than he's ever seen outside of the pandemic. Bob Jordan said Thursday that an economic contraction is in full swing, at least in the U.S. airline industry.
7.8%.
The CEO said his company expects second quarter revs to fall by 6 percentage points, following a 3-point decline in the first 3 months. Quote, I don't care if you call it a recession or not. In this industry, that's a recession, Jordan said in an interview. What is the takeaway from that? Tell me what the takeaway is from that. So earlier today, I showed you the range for the depression trade, the range for the recession trade, and the range for a bull market trade. If we are only in a recession, then that means we have done what at this point? We have priced in a recession, haven't we? So at this point, we have priced in a recession. So when you read the story from Southwest Airlines CEO, and he tells you, I don't give a fuck about recession anywhere else. We're in our own recession. I don't care if they call it or not.
Relations will be better.
It doesn't matter.
Now.
I showed you the depression trade, which is what? If we reject the weekly trigger and begin to make new lows in the market, if we trade above the weekly trigger and fail an all-time high and be range bound, that's the recession trade. So if you take this headline from Southwest CEO, what would you say to that? How would you consume it? You would say, that's fine. We've already priced in a recession. Make sense? So if you see someone out in public say to you, hey, bro, did you hear Southwest call recession? We're going down to the depths of hell. What are you going to do? It's already priced in. So now what are we looking for if we're at this major inflection point? We're looking for price action. If we reject that weekly trigger and start heading lower and make a new market low, what does that tell you? It tells you that Wall Street is now going to price in a depression. If price breaks above the weekly trigger and we start to trade the recession trade, that means that Wall Street is not pricing in a depression trade. And that would infer things to you, wouldn't it? That they know something we don't know. That would infer to you that the trade war is probably going to come to an end and Trump's going to lose. Huh. Yeah. So there's a lot to watch here, to absorb, to process. Lots of price action to watch. But at the same time, when you hear some of the doom, you want to just write it down and go, yep, we know. We've already priced it in, bro. Market has priced in a recession. And that actually is counter. It helps the trade for trading the failure of all-time highs, not trading the depression trade. We'll let price action show us if Wall Street's going to continue with the depression trade to the downside. Now 4:12. I will catch up with all of you tomorrow at 9:30. I hope that this show helps you get through your day, even if you hate me or you trade against me or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but I'm grateful that you're here. And I'll see all of you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And I love you all. I fucking hate it. INTC is like the fucking version of, it's like Advanced Money Destroyer for old men. Such a piece of shit company. I got fucking taken for a ride from them one time, really bad, on TikTok deal bullshit. So anyways, I want you all to have a great night. We'll monitor this closely. If I see anything that's like we're fucked, I'll be the first to tell you. This is just like mid-February, right? I'm warning you now that we're going to watch this stuff. If we see anything like, hey, put a hedge on, I'll tell you. Like if we do the trade where we fail to break out of the monthly trigger, then we fucking make a new low, and then we're going to start the depression trade. Everything starts to deteriorate. We'll take that next leg lower together. We're not there yet. We're not ready to take that leg lower yet, but we know where to look. So I will see all of you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I wish you well. Thank you for sticking with me through all this volatility. Thank you for sticking with me with this big, huge, giant correction. And I'll see all of you guys now as we enter into phase 2 of this market. You guys have yourself a great night. And